actually remember to talk about what we're doing this month as well as all the other stuff, because chat, we're going through ARR today. That's going to be our main objective, is doing some ARR today, and our big push is ARR today, ARR MSQ, but also still a big push for the lovely charity that we're supporting this month, which is Mermaids, which is a trans charity focused for trans folks and trans youth in the UK and Ireland. They provide a bunch of different services for trans folks in a time of need. Some of the services are telephone hotlines that they can ring into should they have the need for support or, you know, time of need of help, advice and whatnot. There is a telephone hotline that they can ring into that Mermaids operates. On top of that, they also provide education for public facing spaces, you know, likes of businesses and schools alike, to try and educate them on how to be more trans inclusive and trans friendly, so that trans folks using those established places and spaces feel more welcomed and more actually at home in those spaces and places that they realistically should feel comfortable in. On top of that, they also work with the idea of community. A big factor is that a lot of the time when you are in a marginalized group, especially just in general, but like marginalized groups like trans folks and stuff, communities sometimes can be harder to connect with because of the way society can be quite caustic towards, you know, these marginalized groups. Just can deeply affect younger folks more so, especially, you know, in the early teens and late teens and stuff, when you're trying to establish your, you know, sense of identity and your sense of like understanding where your place in the world is and what you want to do with your life and things of that nature. That's something that affects all people in general, but it's doubly more complicated for trans folks going through understanding who their identity is, because, you know, for cis people like ourselves, you know, we know who we are realistically in our gender, but with trans folks, there's still questions being had there, still moments about, like, you know, having to understand what the actual, you know, what the actual like processes is when it comes to transitioning and whatnot, and that just heaps even more and more and more you know, chaos as well as uncertainty into their lives, and lack of community can be so destructive with that there. With trans folks having more community connected to themselves through people like folks like Mermaids, being able to connect like that, can talk to people, connect with people who actually went through those experiences before, who have advice on those specific things, and actually can, you know, attest and understand their lived experiences because they went through it themselves and understand the lived experiences of the people going through it now. So all the money we raise for Mermaids this month goes to help them with that mission and help improve the overall health and life of trans folks. If you are able to, you know, support the charity in any meaningful way for a, you know, a generous contribution, that doesn't have to be hundreds or even tens of pounds, even just a few quid, it can go a long way. You can do so by checking out the donation link below the Twitch player or in the YouTube description. Both options are there. You can do so if you want to avail support a wonderful cause. Hey, Sidfu. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Is Zidfu? Apologies if I've said your name wrong there on the YouTube side of things. But yes, if you want to avail of that, or you can do so. There's also a link in the YouTube or in the Twitch chat right now. Thank you very much, Nikki. You're an absolute sweetheart, and you can do so. You can avail of those ways to try and donate to help the causes. If you can't, I totally get that there. I'm not here to shame or look down upon those who can't, you know, donate any monetary means towards the cause, because I understand that, like, life is just not that simple sometimes, and especially when cost of living crisis, it's not easy to just part with like any amount of cash if you're struggling yourself. All I would ask you to do is do your best to try and help by simply sharing social media posts that you see regarding the fundraiser stuff, if you do see them, sitting in, hanging in with us in the chat, chatting away, just, you know, generally having a laugh and being part of the community does put us up higher in our respective categories, no matter what platform we're on. Could put us in front of some folks that may actually be able to donate and support the charity more directly, so that you in a way help in that fashion. And lastly but not least, not even remotely least, I'd probably say the most important, education, understanding maybe testimonials and sort of the experiences of trans folks by listening to their stories goes a long way in educating yourselves of what they go through, and having those those understanding of those experiences, educating ourselves in who are maybe our elected representatives could be at a local or a national level. So at a time when we go to actually do voting for those individuals, that we try to put someone into a position of elected power that will do their best to look after marginalized folks and not spend their time eroding away the freedoms, liberties, and rights of marginalized folks. The great work that charities like Mermaids does is invaluable, but at the end of the day, their work is made a hell of a lot easier if they're not having to fight through disgusting and destructive legislation that would harm folks instead of help them. So little simple things like that there, and if you can support us in any way, massively appreciated. But yes, we will be getting into some of the MSQ today. Crow, you can well, because I'm telling you, you're looking well. Vish the Fish, happy Pride Month to you as well. Why did you put your address in the chat? That's a bit odd. Or an address in the chat. I mean, I'm not in Albuquerque, so I don't really have any feelings towards that, but hey, hope you're keeping well, because I'm telling you, you're looking well. To come into the chat to remind you the little gay person is proud of you for continuing the work. Well, I appreciate it, Crow. I'll fully admit, like, to some extent, I have some skin in the game. I mean, my boyfriend's trans, so it's one of those things where, like, I feel a little bit connected. Oh, it's Walter White's address. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I did not know that. But yeah. Oh yeah, he does. He was in Albuquerque, wasn't he? I just looked at the address. I was like, I would have been able to do that address. But yeah, no. So like, it's one of those ones where like my partner's trans, so like I feel a bit more, not directly connected to the cause, but definitely have like just a little bit more insight to what you know, trans folks can and do go through, because I get that perspective in a direct testimonial from him. So, and obviously, you know, I love him to pieces, and I want him to feel safe in this world. So it's one of those things where it's like you know, I have a little bit of skin in the game that way to some extent as well. You know, it's obviously the right thing to do, but I also have a personal investment, I guess. Which I always try to be very upfront about, because like that's the reality of things, is that like, you know, I think sometimes people don't realize that like I am in a relationship with a trans person. So you know, there's that. From time to time I have to sometimes point out, it's like, actually there's just quite a few reasons why I'm quite pro-trans. The first and foremost and the most obvious thing that's been the case before I even was in a relationship with him is that like it's just the fucking right thing to be. It's the right thing to do, you know? But yeah, I always try to at least highlight that element of as well. So like, it's like I have some very vested, very specific you know, very specific fucking stake in this, you know? No, I got that drift from shutting up and watching your stream. I got that drift just from watching your streams. And yeah. We've got to do some quests. I'm actually right beside Alphino right now, and you may have noticed I am always flanked by Monk and Nikki here, who to some extent are my shadows. They always are in the background protecting me from bullshit. I've never had a bad experience in this game since I started playing it on stream, because I am very much shadowed by people making sure that my life has kept carefree and fun, and I do appreciate them. I need to actually talk to Alphino here for once. There was some concern that I was not going to be able to do all of MSQ with my current XP bar. At least that's my interpretation of what I read earlier. I do have the warrior, like just under half. I've still got Dragoon going here. I've still got some of the ninja, and I've still got some of the red mage. So I will be pretty much trying to use every ounce of my ability, every ounce of my strength to put towards MSQ with the rest of the quest bars. We pretty much just have to do it that way. And considering like the average level from like level 50 to 51 is 420 odd thousand XP. I think we should be okay with the XP about being 4,000 at a time. We should be okay. We should be okay as long as we keep ourselves sensible. It's past time Lady Yugiri met with the guild representatives in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here at Fanaland which might require my personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman and Delegation at the duration of the journey. Speak first to a Safborn and your rival. He is the one with the Domans who will be working closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Yugiri to Minfilia and the guild emissary. If both means go well, the resulting ties should then stand the Domans in good stead for which is to come. Safe travels, Brockar. Cool. Where am I going? Oh, I have to go to Revenant's Toll. We haven't been to Revenant's Toll in a while. I do have a stupid amount of quests to pick up in Revenant's Toll. So like I have a bunch of these blue quests here that I might pick up today and do if they don't give me experience. Now the reason why is because it'll just open up oh shit, there's some yellow ones here. Well, your user being ignored. That's two. If I had okay, 44. I'll keep that in mind with the 45. Okay, they will be completed by my Dragoon, but this here, okay, perfect. Manic Manor. Perfect. Forgive me, friend. The most chilling encounters on Nerves' Edge. Traveling through this route, and the man accosted me out of nowhere. His eyes darting wildly in fury. Spoke of a haunted mansion in which tortured screams and young maidens could be heard by day and night. Hawkett Manor, was it? Hawkeye Manor. Yes, that was it. You purged the selfsame manse of its unholy inhabitants some time ago? That's curious indeed. The man recounted the events that always happened 9 days ago. While it puts the heart at ease to know his tale was fancy born of too many flagons of mead, the poor soul may be e'er drunk of the lyre. Perhaps you should, you know someone who could shed light on the matter? So I'm gonna grab these just so that they get like added to the, if I can hand them in, essentially add them to the roulette at some point, like if I go to do roulettes later down the line. A lot of these blue quests are just hard mode dungeons, which I will happily sit out of. I mean, that's fair. Hey, Laura. Hey, oh, Laura, everything's all good in your neck of the woods. I'm not going to be looking to do them today for the most part, Vegeta. I'm looking to do MSQ today, so I'm not, until the MSQ forces me into a dungeon, I'm not looking to do dungeons, but I will just looking to add these to my roulette more than anything. Your Bakar Ul'dah by the Onion, the very man I seek dares with behest. How do I know the potbanger? Why, we trained together at the Culinarians Guild. He has a place in Costa del Sol now, the Flying Shark. Not the sharpest knife in the block in Durst the Daft, but he's loyal, and he's got a friend out by the name of Whisket who seems to have needed your help. What do you say you look him up, eh? Yeah, sure. This one's just giving me money as well, which is probably another dungeon. You're Brothgar Ul'dah by the Onion. I was hoping that was the same line, my guy. I got a message from an old friend of mine. Needs help for an important task, he says. It's highly confidential business between, I can give you his name. Let's just say he's well known in Limsa. Odds are you'll recognize him. Any road, not at liberty to divulge anymore. Just, you have a mind on task and head over to Limsa and seek out the bloke named Denston. That's not my friend, mind you. But he's one of his men. Okay, and then it's definitely pirates, is probably the hard mode version of that dungeon. But okay. That's almost the same opening line. A friend of mine was sent word he's capable of adventure. You see, naturally follow you. Whose friend, you ask? Well, none other than Commodore Raynor of the Yellowjackets. Him and I met back when we first started in the culinary, and now friends have been ever since. Anyway, I'd appreciate if you could pay him a visit and inquires the way he needs doing. You'll find him at the Coral Tower in the Yellowjackets. Right, Grant. So I'll take those. There's so many quests. I'm just gonna do like around the hub, just like trade in here and get them all out of the way. I've seen more and more visitors of the godforsaken place. Most of them are hardy types that have been seeking wherever he tested their metal. I trust you might be counting among them. Look, I don't even hear me for now, but where does the Copperbell mines are looking unlike the Irish hells these recent days. Stone torches us believe that they've matters under control, but the minor acquaintance of the mine would beg to differ. He says his torches are proven more adept at quelling rumors than I don't catch your drift, because I don't know what that word is, but whatever. Why do I betray this knowledge to you? I fear my friend's life and mine I fear for my friend's life and my own, as well as those hulking monstrosities break free from the surface. It's a challenge you seek, and I say accidentally you find your way into Copperbell Mines and prefer your services? Sure. Do well. Spend most of the day scrolling, seeing videos of Europeans over on the side of the ocean for the World Cup. Oh yes, I forgot. I completely forgot the World Cup was even on. It's one of those ones where I get it's like a big like world event. I am so absent of caring of sport that it's like you kick the ball, you do. I'm gonna be over here not thinking about you kicking the ball, but enjoy your sports. Adventure can hold its own battle. You say so, gotten word of a new challenge in your talents. Requires a bit of travel and dash of heroics, so say it'd be worth your while. Easter Finance, the lovely business time of year. You heard that the training grounds at Halatali, a wager the place fell in the dows in the calamity of its own adventure pulled into rights. The owner is aimed to train gladiators and adventurers once more, and if the older days, I'd look at playing with the mass burial, and now the place is ready to take out challengers. If you're keen on the notion, take up a friend of ours down there. He'll get the door. Okay, cool. And then the last one, Rafa Karn. Fucking hell. There's an industrious ant, an adventurer in need in a bit of business, if I'm not mistaken. The ant hill is what the Amagian and Sons mineral concern. Something kicked off is over good. They put out a word for adventures. Have skill, will move fast, that sort of thing. Perfect for you all warrant. With a client, a bit of a handful, might be aggressive, nothing to say I can't handle. The twins, if you find them in the Miners Guild, talk to Sersaruka. He's the milder of the two. Cool, right. Jesus, there's more? The ultimate ballad? So it's not good. Your reputation precedes you, Brovkar. In fact, there's a reason why I'd raise your UNGC to someone. The minstrel at the end of the bar wandered in here the other day and said he was seeking inspiration for a new ballad, some sort of adventure distinction of what we provide. Who better than the man who saved the world and give this minstrel the stories he seeks? Sure, the gentleman, I say. I mean, sure. Like fucking where though? It's really funny just seeing Euros being baffled that it's not a massive deal over here, and why aren't Americans cheering for the America to win? At every American go on, I didn't even know we had a team. Well, you know, it's football's not been that big of it's not been a big sport for these folks for the longest while. It doesn't shock us, I guess. I guess it shouldn't shock us. It doesn't shock me, to be fair. My only interest in the World Cup is watching our current events unfold. They can be amusing at times. Yeah, maybe. I'm so checked out of like football. I just don't care all that much, you know. It's also fun seeing people experience your country for the first time. So, oh yeah, I can imagine. Kind of like its own form of people watching. Okay, this is the hard version of yeah. I see a sort of adventure for the cause most just. Are you not Brovkar? Have had you the right aspect? 'Twas you who played the thief in the night of stone vigil. The dragons guard their keep jealously, it said, yet slippery to unseen into the cloudy fortress. 'Twill not keep there much longer, however. The force of Ishgard amasses the sea of clouds. Now, this is your ears only, but the blockade is but a prelude to an attack. Lord Daromon commands a siege, in which we will have your counsel. I am but many who seek you at his behest. You You must be a man of rare quality. Proud knights of Durandare are not accustomed to taking, let alone seeking outside help. Ishgard is a cradle air I breathed and yearned to see the stone vigil reclaimed from the Dravanian horde. Will you go to Whitebrim Front and aid Lord Delamont? I guess, my guy. I guess I will. Because that is my job. There's apparently a dude out here looking to talk to me. Oh, no, that's MSQ, dude. You're not the dude of which I was looking to speak. Okay, right. I have so many things I need to be. The Ultimate Ballad, actually. Yeah, that was the one I was looking to do. Where the fuck is this guy? The Ultimate Ballad. Is he here? Is he in here? Did I miss him? I did miss him. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's actually a cutscene. Dawn may banish that even the darkest yet darkest night ever shall the primal desire burn. I'll read that in a second. There's only one game I'm interested in, and it's the potential for the US and England to play against each other on July 4th. Are they in the same bracket? Or is that if like them to advance to like semi stages? Is that the case? Two swords shall vie to lay down low, a blade born of light and a blade forged of might. Alas, man may entrust his fate unto one. Lest ye wonder, these are the words of Archon Louisois, and while not written as poetry, I find the poetry within them nonetheless. Years ago, when I arrived in this land, I was beset by the peril of the day and night and forced to endure countless trials within I tested my mind, my body, and my faith. And I am not ashamed to admit that I would have faltered if not been for the help of a handful of nameless adventurers. Honest men and women who proffered their hand of friendship, and a weary soul led them from safe to darkness. And when I look upon you, I am reminded of them. I can tell you that you are well-travelled and possessed of both constancy and character. You are a man of adventuring profession, yes? I seek a vigilant hero whose deeds might serve as an inspiration, and I have reason to believe I've found him. After all, was it not you who faced Gaius van Belsar, the Allegan weapon? You must tell me everything that happened. Omit nay a single detail, I beg of you. Did I just basically tell him a bunch of shit and he's like, fuck yeah, here's a song, you slut? I'm like, yeah, of course. Truly a tale worthy of a legend, and so eerily it matches the writings of Archon Louisois. Two swords shall have I for lay down low, a blade born of light and a blade forged of might. Alas, man may entrust the fate to one. The Black Wolf was conquered who aspired to rule, and might the weapon was the key to his ambitions. Yet, in the end, the people of Eorzea entrusted their fate to the brilliant blade, the Warrior of Light. A rather fitting moniker, in my humble opinion. Thank you, at last I have found inspiration. I sought to decide the fate of the realm. Though, the words, the notes, I feel them coming together. Your tale, Bravgar, Ul'dah, your song. Right, cool. Is he doing a song? I really don't care about your song, but okay. From era long ago, a blade of midnight drawn, from the distant land uncharted, a warrior who bears the dawn. Okay, so I got Ultima's Bane. So I got like, I assume a hard version of the Ultima weapon? Is that what that is? No, I'm trying to read the thing. Let me read the thing. Confront Ultima weapon. I assume it's just a hard version of Ultima weapon, isn't it? If I go to trial. Yeah, it's a high-end version of Ultima Weapon. Okay. Fascinating. I'll do that at some point in my life. Right, I've got to speak with Daryl in here. Go over there, do that. I think if it advanced, but I'm not sure. I know it's a possibility, and I think it'd be hilarious to put against England the 250th anniversary of our independence again. That minstrel's missing his Batman. Did Batman have a minstrel? Ultimate weapon, ultimate unlocked. Ah. The only thing I will say, fuck's sake. The only thing I will say, Laura, you might not want England to face off against America because there's a better chance of England winning that match than America. And I don't think he's want to lose that match on Independence Day. That's gonna really fucking, like, it has a chance to be awesome and use win, and I will acknowledge that would be a very fitting day for 4th of July for America to beat England in the footy. But like, the English team competes more regularly, and the English team actually has more Premier League players who play regularly throughout the year in like the toughest competition. It's one of those ones where, like, you know, I put money on England on this one. If we win, we would be insufferable. Laura, I hate to break it to yous. Yous already are insufferable. You see, America's already unsufferable, let's be real. Oh fuck, I almost just dropped my mouse. Worst part is, if I was going to drop my Coke there, but then somehow I managed to lift my mouse and drop it. Oh well. What is that? Oh, it's a leave. Don't worry, the current US is used to losing everything. I mean, oof. Started a war and they somehow managed to like lose it to what they thought was a third-rate country. Didn't even know we had a men's team. Our women's team has won 4 women's World Cups. I mean, women's team, I've heard great things about, but the men's team, like, the men's British team, like the England team play, like the men's team play in the Premier, like there's a good portion of play in the Premier League. Those guys are playing against like fucking like all of Europe's teams regularly, which, like, you know, there's just a different caliber in there. This is my concern. And it's like, you might pull it off. You might make the biggest upset happen. You might make the biggest upset happen, and it would be funny. It would be fucking funny. Because I have no horse in this fight. I'm Irish. I have no horse in this fight. But I do tend to recognize, you know, the reality of things, and like, it's the England team. They're not slouches. Oh, I'm not expecting this team to win by this thing by any means. Oh goodness, did you see the horrible USC show thing? I didn't. I know it happened, but I didn't see it, Incas. Also, because you keep mugs, I'm telling you, looking well. It's like idiocracy becoming real life. Ugh. I saw it. It was hilarious. USO show was peak Trump's America. I didn't watch it or even look into it because I was just like, why the fuck would I want to? Why would I want to watch a MAGA masturbation show? Bofgar Ul'dah, you've come to lend us your strength. First, your endeavors and your debt. You will rejoice with us to know that the battle for the Stone Vigil has finally begun. First wave has already breached outer defenses and entered the keep. As depraved foe as the Dravanians are, we have a certain cunning. The place teams with unbelievers who gladly embrace death, merely deny us a film of an advance. We came to slay dogs and are bled by nits. There are graver matters still. Our first wave has formed a keep, but the enemy has sealed the breach behind them. The vigil headgate is now welter of molten iron, and is stone sharp as headman's axes. We can no longer send reinforcements by land. The danger is great and must go by air. We shall lead a second wave if you have joined us with your strength. Sir Niflheim, which the Stone Vigil itself. You should join soon, as you've seen, as I've seen to the airships. Right, do you just need me to go speak to that guy now, and then that opens up hard mode? I assume that is the case, right? Just being Redneck White House parody, and you've got the UFC show down to a T. Oh, fuck, I could imagine. I could fucking imagine. Like, I saw what was happening because I know, like, some wrestlers and stuff were there, like, fucking Roman Reigns and stuff, and Triple H, and I was like, yep, of course those fucking MAGA-loving chuds are there. But, like, I didn't watch anything pertaining to it, and I haven't seen any clip. To be fair, none of my social medias put any clips of it in front of me, thankfully, either, because I'm just not interested. Swarm of mosquitoes, a lightning storm, and more. Fucking hell. How the hell did they get swarmed by mosquitoes? What did my phone just do? Phone, what are you doing? Saw clips of some people might watch train. Actually, happened to have morbidity. Instage capitalism and authoritarians never looked so cringe. Oh man, it was like that fucking when they done their alternative version of the halftime show was the same thing. Like it was like it's like, you know, fucking incredible halftime show by Bad Bunny, and you look over and it's just some fucking guy in like half a room, not even filled, going, I just want to drink my beer, fish my fish, and you're like, what the fuck is that? What the hell are you doing? What is this? No one's stopping you from drinking your beer or fishing some fish, you dickhead. So I was like, yeah, just watching that stuff, I was like, Christ. Seems only things Trump can do well as fleece lower than touch rubes and humiliate himself in the yeah. I mean, you're not wrong, not even remotely. Like that man's launching more crypto than no one's business. Hey friend, I see you're streaming a cool game. Would you like a digital art for your streams? Fuck off, Jermaine. I have very good prices that can be haggled for a reasonable offer to give me. Fuck off, Jermaine. Unless your request been fucking compromised, fuck off. Coastal area into summer. Oh, is DC coastal? I didn't know that. And the areas also have a lot of rain. So it's huge breeding ground for mosquitoes. A lot worse. I thought it was. I thought. For some reason, didn't think it was coastal. But then again, I don't really know the American geography as well as no European. Hilbrofgar, Lord Dirlemons sends word. The airship shall be not long coming in. Then we charge. All White Brim front knows your name, Brofgar, and who penetrated the Stone Vigil's defenses. Why, to this very day, I remember the cheer that rang out when we heard that you'd laid bind low. Your presence here is a tonic, pure tonic for the troops. Too long with damned dragons that desecrated our keep. Alone willing, the Stone Vigil will return to Ishgard before the day is out. Cool. I'm sure will be, my guy. You have a good time there. I'm over here prepping this one now. Rafa Karn, which is like fucking funny. I'm penetrating people on DBD. Jason's fucking insane. First game, cheeky 4K. I've watched people playing Jason, and he looks fucking ripped. I cannot wait to like get a hold of him myself at some point in the future. He looks so fucking cool. It's coastal, and it has. I did not know that. That is today I've learned. That's today I've learned. Marek is always thinking about drinking beer, and the last time I checked, it was illegal to drink in public. Teehee, said the trans woman who, as she sipped her two Cosmos at a public park. I always think about that time when I was in Berlin last, and it was about, I want to say close to. I want to say it was close to 10 years ago, maybe about closer to 8, maybe 9. And I just recall like going our way to Stachenhausen, which is like a concentration camp that was just, it's kind of on the border of Berlin. And it was like at night, it was like half in the morning. We were going there on the 1st of November, hungover from Halloween night. And we were on the train going out there to, you know, go check it out and soak up some history and stuff, and just seeing a German businessman, full suited and booted, like literally has a briefcase, pulls out the briefcase, opens it up quickly, and I'm sitting there thinking like, oh, homeboy's probably getting his like phone out or something, or checking some documents before he hits the office. Pulls out a big tin of beer, 8:30 in the morning. Most professional man I've seen all day, and he just pulls out a beer. I was like, culture in Europe's just different. It's just built different. Did they pollute the river? Fucking hell. I'm pretty sure they made it worse with all the regulation cuts, turning the river into a sewage. Oh, that's fucking disgusting. Heard about petition, have you? Well, you do as well as you ask, no questions asked. Great attitude. Now then, situations like this. No, it isn't right. I'll be damned if I put our sister's fate into a stranger's hands. I'm going myself. Oh, brilliant plan, brother. Go blunder into the sunken temple quarn, and the place is a death trap. What guarantees do we have from this adventure that you could beat those traps? None, that's what, but you know better than any one of these muscles are capable of. Just ordered one of those fancy new Noctua AIOs. I saw them and they looked sweet. Noctua's fucking awesome. I looked at I saw their mouse and I was like, a fan inside of a mouse? What alchemy is this? And I was like, actually that'd be amazing this time of year. What the hell do you mean you've beaten those traps already? Wait, are you the reason Ninico's in trouble? I'm gonna end you, I swear it. Okay, 1 second. You can't blame me on someone else going into a dungeon. Want me to hydrate? I'll hydrate for you. Not a problem at all, Max. Calm yourself, brother. The adventurer's not to blame for what happened. Besides, he's perfect for the task. Some good water right there. Been a day being hot. I think water is key. I have some water here. I've got like some Coke Zero for my caffeine and then some water for my hydration. I did see he was the first trillionaire on made-up concept money because like he's purely a trillionaire based on the idea of like SpaceX going public, and that's just concept money. It's not real money at this point. So I looked at it as like, oh, that'd be fucking interesting if there was like, if he was selling a product, if like there was an end product people were buying and it was valuable enough that people valued the company that much. It's like, no, it's just this stupid rocket program, and even then his most profitable part of that rocket program is like his internet service, and that only equates to like 10% of his overall, like, of the overall business. And it's like, this is just the concept of money. It's not actual money he's actually worth. It's just fantastical ideas more than anything. Let's start again, shall we? I am Sursaruku, and this is my prune brother, Popo Kuli, and you may have gathered you need a amount of rescue formation for the Sunken Temple of Karn. After you defeated the temple snares and traps, the place was officially open to research. So yous went in trying to make money and fucking got fucked up, and you're going to blame me here? That seems like some bullshit here. The concerned partner with the Order of the Null Fowl of the funded expedition. I, with the research team, had led none other than Niniko, our sister, and she's the one who wrote a book of the ruins of Ul'dah and the research to end all our research in that place. Nobody except her, the figurehead, the Ul'dah and Ul'dah, were both descended from the Beldian civilization. The Sunken Temple of Karn is a native rock. No way the Seven Hells was going to not lead to an expedition. But who comes bumbling in? A band of relic raiders, and that's who. The greedy Whorsons set off a trap, and now our little sister is stuck in the sinking place. Poxy bastards putting Niniko in danger, and they ain't Tomberry mince already. You can be sure that I'll end it myself. And that's where the situation stands. Talk to Bibimu at the entrance to the temple, and she'll let you in. And go and get Niniko out of the place. You hear? I like how they tried to make a profit and a business out of a dangerous temple, and then try to blame me for their sister getting trapped. It's like, I'm sorry. Did your sense of greed get the better of you? Get the fuck before you start trying to blame me on someone else's bullshit. It finally cooled off out here. We had to get 3 tornadoes in one storm to do it, but it's got humidities. We have like El Nino really making the humidity here just awful as usual. So that's been fun. That's been really fun. I had to upgrade my fan to the fan you might see slightly behind me here, which does push a lot more air. And it's been lovely hitting in the back of my neck. You know, I'm gonna go die from a long walk off a short dock. 100%. 100%. He's a piece of shit. Enough to buy the president of the US for a fraction of a percent of his total net worth. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if he was still funneling money into those fucking assholes for one reason or another. What was I flying? Oh, I must be too zoomed in. Glad my country's still blockading Tesla from importing new parts in the cars into the country. Big win for the unions. I forgot they done that. I forgot they done that there. Incas. Hey, Miley, keep well. Because I'm gonna tell you, you're looking well. You're looking fantastic today. Welcome to this stately ruin. It is, and it is the sunken temple of Karn. What a relief to actually send someone who's been here and knows the drill. The twins, they can say a little. They can be a little overbearing. They'll need some They need some of that imperateness soon enough, though. And then when it falls on them to run the concern, and in case you didn't know, those two are the German progeny of them and Miss Niniko. You'll find it much changed from within, thanks to those full robbers. Take care, but not so much as he cannot make haste. Grand, so Temple of Karn hard mode unlocked, so that's added to the list now. So now we gotta go to Halatali and open up the Halatali side, get all these opened up, get them off the map, get back into doing MSQ. That's our plan. Here said hard work pays off, needs to be hung, drawn and quartered. Muskrat shows intelligence, actual work are not required. Well, it helps when your dad's an emerald mine owner, you know? It helps when you have a stupid amount of money backing you to set up your businesses. And then once you have a stupid amount of money to set up businesses, what ends up happening, and you probably know yourself here, Vegeta, but for people who might not know, you can just afford to buy people to be competent at their jobs, and because you have the opening capital and the ownership of the business, everyone thinks plebeians outside of the general area will think you're the actual person who's doing the work, when it's not really the case. Correction, PPG helps your dad as an apartheid emerald mine owner. That part is important. True. Apartheid emerald mine owner, yeah, 100%. Helps when that's the case. Everything past that point still stands. Welcome to Halatali. These heroes were made, and I am Arl, a friend of the Hugobert, the warmly regarded acquaintance of mine. Didn't mention he used to tread the sands, did he? I've been trying to get that smooth-talking son of a Hydra to take up a gladiator trade again, but gets easily distracted, Hugobert does. No, I'll wager he didn't put two and two together and you heard your name. You're the lad that Fafajoni over there was talking about, aren't you? Ha, and you, the liberator of Halatali himself. Thanks to you, we've made nice and deadly there again. Got to restore the Coliseum games to what they were. It's no lap of luxury, I warn you, but place could use some freshen up, and there's some lurking crawlies that need a good killing, but the brass blades are in all detail. So, what do you say? Care to experience a new and improved training grounds? We'd be honoured to have the Liberator of Halatali return as a challenger. Sure, I'll just give me the money. Yeah, and give me the access to the Halatali. Yeah, right. Over to Copper Bell Mine, get that opened. The fact that my family took part and benefited in apartheid tracks so much of with what's happening now. Yeah, no, it does. I mean, like, you remember when he fucking like modified Grok to try and say that like South Africa had like a racism problem regarding white people, that white people were like the biggest people to be affected by racism, and you know, he's a fucking balloon knot. I have been saved by the miracle of lasagna. Lasagna's so fucking good. I fucking love lasagna. Give me more lasagna. I wish to be a pea in the pod and live my life as sweet and lovable green sugar pea. Well, Drin, I can buy you dinner. I don't know if I can do the rest of that sentence. I could buy you dinner. Tried to claim there was a genocide of white farmers. Oh yeah. I'll buy you dinner, Jermaine. I'll buy you dinner. Yeah, he did try to claim there was a genocide of white farmers, which is like, no, there wasn't. It's almost like white people in South Africa did something really bad very recently and people are still upset about it. Yeah. An adventure? Baseless rumor notwithstanding, I can assure you that the meager talents are not needed here. No, I can't remember how to pronounce that. Have returned to the mines, and even if they had, the stone torches would have been seen to fret swiftly and happily. As if our wanton. I know not what you just heard was most certainly not the tortured scream of some unfortunate miner being consigned to the maw of the bloodthirsty giant birth from the godforsaken depths. Seven hells, it's true, all of it. We thought we'd last seen them, but then we were wrong. Horribly, dreadfully wrong. Let down your guard, we did, and the Copper Bell was overrun by a damn legion of those fiends, each one of them nastier than the last. We've already lost scores of our men to this chaos. The few who have returned to claim the once docile Spriggans have now gone mad, fallen upon the poor miners in droves. So much being arbiters of wealth and fortune, eh? The stone torches loathe to lean on the strength of outsiders, but I can't in good conscience place full of pride of the lives of a good men any longer. You reclaim the lion's months, the torches, nay, the entire nation of Ul'dah will be forever in your debt if you could perform the deed again. I beg of you, friend, banish these fiends from the depths and they never resurface. Sure. I'm coming over on Sunday till Saturday. Stirs on. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Yeah, we're gonna do something next week. Fucking hell, I'm so sorry. Is Stuart doing okay? Is Stuart doing okay? Because that can't be fucking easy on him. I find it hilarious that white Africans Trump shipped in wanted. Christ, I didn't know that. I didn't know that there. Like, I did see that Trump had this weird thing where he was like allowing asylum seekers from South Africa to come to America and like forego a lot of the process that a normal person trying to seek asylum would have to go through. But I did not know they were like, actually, I would prefer to go back to Africa. That's fucking crazy. Different continents, different mindsets. Where am I handed in this quest? Almost like America is, as Trump would say, a shithole too. They're down here or up there? Oh, they're down here. They're down here. Like in Africa, some places are more laid back. Yeah, well, it just depends. Like, there's just, you're 100% right, Max. Like, more places, like, you know, some places are just more laid back and more chill, and it's just dependent on like what the actual country and what the area is like. But that could be said for anywhere. That could be the same with Europe. There's going to be some more laid back countries in Europe. My thoughts go right immediately towards the Italians and the Spanish, especially like siestas and stuff. I'm sure it's the same with parts of Asia, some parts of South Africa. Some parts of Canada are way more laid back than ours. Yeah, I can imagine as well. Yeah, but where are you? The chief will be pleased you came. Now, time's of their essence, so get straight to business. During the travels, you might have misheard the legendary pirate hells. I'd be surprised you hadn't heard the old book and ain't a soul in the Limsa and not heard his exploits. Nary a ship in the 5 seas and then missed her beard's gasp. Not even the golden fleet of Ul'dah. But one day, at the height of the rarity, the man vanished without a trace and is still into Rotano. Since the rumors spread that the Mistbeard has been left the treasure trove of plunder, and for the belief it's that there are somewhere waiting to be plucked like a ripe fruit. Your task pertains to the treasure. I'll take over here, Denston. Christ. Chief! Greetings, my friend. It's been a while since you Black Wolf the Seventh Hell. Before I begin, let me make clear I do not request your aid in my capacity as a store marshal. Nay, the matter is purely private. And with the detail established, and it shall continue in Denston's tale for a time, folk have lost interest in the Mistbeard's cache. Such of its elusiveness but recently develops that the treasure hunters have come across the realm stirring anew. South of the Hildibrand and upon the Rotano Sea, there lies the Kelladales. Along with the fringes of the remote islands, there is an expanse of water to which these ships dare to venture. Nature of the conspire to perpetually shroud the area in a heavy mist. A man can hardly see his own hand in front of him, and by the accident or intent, the countless vessels have entered in the mist and never to be seen again. And over the years, a few survivors have washed ashore with the tales of a lad that hid within, which appeared to be without warning or smashed their ships into the flotsam, and so it is the legend of the Hullbreaker Isle was born. In the wake of the calamity, however, it came to be that the mist would lift under certain conditions, and as luck would have it, on such a day, a merchantman mistakenly sailed through the sea in the area. The ship eventually came upon a deserted island, which was astonishing discovery. However, Miss Beard's own flagship lying broken in the cove. Though he yearned to explore the wreck, the captain wisely chose to return to familiar waters in the midst of the regather. Upon returning to Lominsa, he forbade the crew from revealing the discovery of a single soul would be inevitably spread, and often which is the way of things. Even as we speak, the treasure hunters are scrambling to find a way to the legendary Hullbreaker Isle, and they might claim the Miss Beard's cache. I would have it that you get there before they do, Hrothgar, and retrieve a single object from the Har, a golden coffer bearing the Miss Beard's crest. The chief would do the job himself, but being the storm marshal is likely to attract attention. That's why he wants you to go in his stead. So long will bring them to ask for the welcome you to keep whatever you find. Though I make my request off the record, I must impress upon you that the matter is of great import to the nation's future, and I shall be praying for your success. Cool. What have I just unlocked? What have you just given me to unlock? Is it more dialogue? No doubt you're wondering how to get to the isle. I've got a ship moored off the Morbury Bay docks. Meet me there when the preparations are in order, and I'll ferry you over. More dialogue. Right, so is that having me go to... Okay. So that's 2 different ones in here, okay. We got short work weeks up north here. Short work weeks. Sorry, is that? No one says like a secretive. Wait, sorry, what? Gestapo army that has no oversight. I wonder. No wonder they wanted to leave. He's distraught, but yeah, I wouldn't up and bounce like this if she'd raised me like a baby. She fought cancer once and won it, but came back there a week. So I was given weeks by a doctor. But lost on Monday. There was my piece for yesterday. I'm sorry, Jermaine. Fucking hell, are you doing okay? Now hearing a connection, your connection. Are you doing okay, dude? Jesus Christ. We'll have to get a few fucking drinks when you're over, dude. We'll have to get a few drinks. We'll have to get a fucking meal and a few drinks when you're over. Country has their own problems to deal with. Your country, I don't know which is the one, but must be a mess there too. We have issues, but our police don't shoot innocents in the streets. There's a difference. Yeah, that's true. And I mean, my country's issues were broadcasted on the news all last week, so yeah. Sadly, just a lot of fucking bullshit in the world at the minute. Oh yeah, Raynor. I forgot I had to talk to Raynor. Good morrow to you, Hrothgar. How timely it is. Is there something I would ask of you? But where's my manners? Is there aught you require? Here at the Belzo behest, you say? Well, I should have sent you all those people that stroke a good fortune indeed. Permit me to appraise your situation. With doubtless a recall diving into the Serpent Reavers in the Shishasta. Well, despite our best efforts to keep the place secure, I regret to inform you that it's been occupied by pirates. Pirates, I say, though eyewitness claims that they seem to be more akin to fiends of the briny depths. To be frank, we are not wholly certain about what we're dealing with. I dispatched a party of adventurers to identify and eliminate the threat, but it would seem that their courage has failed them. But they were not you, my friend. You will fare better against whatever awaits in Shishasta, I have no doubt. And if you be willing to assist, pray report to Persia, who stands guard at the entrance of the caverns. Okay, so I've got 2 people now that I have to talk to finish off these entry points. Ice aren't even proper place, despite them LARPing around in police gear. LARPing around police gear and like masks and shit. Like Ice are just basically government sanctioned paramilitaries. That's all it is. It's a government sanctioned paramilitary. Yeah, heartbroken why I hate being over here sometimes, not seeing everyone 2 to 3 times a day. Day you get over, it's not enough time. Never know what's going to happen the next time you get over to see someone before it happens. Yeah, it's one of the reasons, funny enough, Jermaine and I broke up with one of my exes was because she wanted to go back to England. and I couldn't do that knowing which way my parents were at. And I was like, I can't go because my parents are old and need support and help. I can't just go over and start living in England while they're at this point in their life. That doesn't make sense. Like, I could definitely reevaluate this down the line, but right now, no, and that ended up being a factor in our relationship ending. I then learned, like, a week after she left that she was actually cheating on me, so I think I dodged a bullet there. But yeah. No version of the armor with Grafter, but make the OG diable jewel dice. What the armor I'm wearing right now, Max? So my country would have, so in my country, the word ice in English, the very similar how our word for shit, which is baj, bice, said bice. So we call them that. Ah, bice. Yeah, you dodged a big one. Your warrior, yeah. Because I was looking at it earlier in game, Max, and I was like, I wonder if I could dye this purple or black or something. And then I went into the dye section, and I was like, there's no option to dye it. And I was like, oh, that sucks. Just finished the Fire and Blood chat, which, well, the parts that covers the Dance of Dragons. Oh, congratulations, Maya. Congratulations. Which book is that in the series? I am so ignorant to what book falls into what section of the series. The OG can be made dyeable, but you need the crafter level of 50 or something like that, who's an alchemist of 50. Oh, that's fascinating. That's the requirements for it. Like, I wear it because it's like I wear it earnestly because, like, I like the look of it, honestly. But I wouldn't mind to have able to dye it a bit easier. Everything in order. Let's just have a see with the Hullbreakers, Owls, who was sworn of the Scavengers. I'll get us over there in one piece, never fear. I've been keeping an eye on the weather until just exactly when the mist will clear up. And when we arrive, make your way to the Rekhar. Mist-beard coffers abound to be somewhere inside. As for you spoke, get back afterwards. I'm sure you'll figure something out with the resourceful venture that ye are. I'll be waiting for you in Limsa. My guy, you're not even going to, like... Have I done Hullbreaker Isle before? I don't think I've done Hullbreaker Isle. What? Oh, it's not a hard mode. It's just in general. Okay. Today I learned, child. Right. Let's see. That one requires me to speak with someone in Costa del Sol. This one requires me to do the actual thing. This one requires me to speak with the person at the entrance to Shasta. Well, did that one done now. Down artifact gear can be done. It's just about down stuff of the exchange. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm a bit dumb. Can you clarify the question? I was wondering what Fire and Blood. I imagined it was one of the books in the Song of Ice and Fire series. I was asking what book in the series is that, like the 4th or the 5th or like the 2nd. Like, I'm not familiar with like the names versus their order in regards to the Song of Ice and Fire books. So you're not a big dumb, not at all. Gee, I'll take it you mean to help us again. Wonderful. You see those adventure genre I sent them in first, and soon became clear that they were unequal to the task. But my kind of lasted under a minute before they came staggering back out, sucking for air like the fish out of water. As such, there's close to no ascertaining the nature of their threat, let alone eliminating. Is he trying to... You'll be going in blind, I know. You've purged Saspa before, but I'm certain that you repeat this feat. Enter whenever you're ready. I look forward to hearing your success. Was he trying to show off to me? It's like, my guy, no. Like, you're 23. I'm full of the beans. You're not full of the beans. You're anything but full of the beans, and because you're not full of the beans, I don't want you trying to act like you're full of the beans. I am full of the beans. The bean filler? I am the bean filler. I'm... that's one I can't do yet. That one is literally going in, isn't it? Yeah. That one is going in. That one is speaking to someone. That one's going in. That one's speaking to someone. That one's going in. So we'll do this one. We'll go over to the beach right there. Nay. Helping Gridania. Fire and Blood isn't one of the Game of Thrones novels. It's one of the books that's kind of like a history that covers Aegon's conquest and the Dance of Dragons. Like, oh, so kind of like, pardon my ignorance, kind of like, I guess, George R. R. Martin's version of the Silmarillion, but for his universe, because like that's what the Silmarillion is, kind of like a timeline and kind of like historical events of like the Lord of the Rings world. Yes, very good comparison. Yeah, like that. Okay, cool. Well, that's cool. I hear people who like I hear people who get through the Silmarillion love it, but I also hear from the very same people that it took them 3 times to get through it because it can be such a slow burn because it's apparently stupidly dry. Do I have anything to any sprinters? Me right here. For jog buff, I'm sprinting like no one's business, my guy. Look at this. Look right up my skirt as I sprint. Balls are clapping. Friends, good to see you again. Bar, I wish to greet you with more joyful tidings. I trust you have heard the rumors. Yes, I fear it's true, and then some. Oh, whatever shall I begin? After you released the lady from her torment, the deed of the bravery and the kindness of that I will remember from the rest of my days. I paid visit to the Wood Wheelers, and the tale of the tragedy and the guardians of the 12 Woods might know the truth. Though the Wheelers did not doubt my words, they insisted a thorough investigation of the matter. Without witnessing my lady's remains for themselves, it was told that it could hardly vouch for the Syndic's safety, and in prudent judgment I thought it would not argue. It is what happened next that confounded everyone, myself most of all. A contingent of the Wood Wheelers had dispatched to the manor, and I personally escorted them in. This will be the last I saw of them, nary for what remained. Minutes turned into hours, and before long I surrounded the manor. Thus was the screams that began. Ungodly hardening screams that shall be burned in my memory forevermore. Against my better reason I mustered the courage to peer inside. Oh, how I wished I had not. For what peered back, friend, was something, nay, something that was just I saw surely possessed no soul like you or I. That was no right to exist in our world. The Wheelers have dispatched another contingent to investigate the manor. The fools, do they not see what they have written their own death sentence? I cannot save them, but you, friend, you may succeed where I so miserably failed. I implore you to come to your aid once more. Grand, I can do that for you, my guy. I can do that for you. However, let me teleport. Oh, we're doing PP sizes? Jermaine locking in at a solid length of 6.69 inches. Lovely. The girth, though, is wild. Vag-wise, clocking in at 1.5 inches, like a studio apartment. And apparently it's sealed shut. What the fuck is with you today? Not looking good today. Please, boobs, do me justice. 46 double Ds are an incredible set of tits. An incredible set of tits. What am I on? Oh, I'm on my like a no, it's not deer. What's it called? I don't know. It's a something. Fire and Blood is just bleak, like really, really bleak. I know Dance of the Dragons is a war, but there was so much awful stuff that I just kept going, God, this is so sad. I could believe it. I could believe it. Like, having not read it, I could still believe it, like, given that universe. Oh, fuck off. Do you really mean for me to go in here? Oh, I'm just kind of attuning to it, I guess. I haven't attuned to a dungeon like that since Warcraft. That was odd feeling. Okay, so that one is Duty Finder. This one is a Duty Finder. This one is also a Duty Finder. That one, this one's not. This one is. This one is, and this one is not. So I will go to Costa del Sol. Party it up. I got 2 more of these to hand in. We're back to MSQ. Just getting rid of them would be nice. And it just means that I actually can see what the fuck's going on in Mordana. Because I didn't even realize there was 2 quests there for like 45 and 46 that my fucking other jobs could have done earlier. Brovkar Ul'dah also have to find Deerswitz for as good as his word. He promised he'd find you. Lucky to have such friends. What can I say? The company of heroes you keep is good company. And what I need your help is, I'm sure you'll remember Brayflox. It's a bit of trouble she is. As the captain of the guards here, I hardly go charging off to the rescue, yet I would forsake a friend. Never. So I thought of you, Brovkar. Truly, your time is fortuitous and fortune is unmatched. But there is anyone who help our mutual friend Gobby. It is you. Now off you go then to Brayflox's long stop. So many middlemen. Why can't you just let me do it, Hardy? Why must you have me go to middlemen instead of just sending me directly to attune to the dungeons? Saying that now though, the amount of do I have hard versions? I thought they separate them. Guess not. But I imagine our high level dungeon roulette now is nice and perky. Jesus Christ, Milo, that thing you sent me. The start of it was fine, and it was the last line. I was like, the fuck did I just read? Because Yoshi P said, fuck you. I mean... Pishlock. Goodly Uplander is here to give a lend hand to Gobbyflock to Brayfox. Uplander tongue flaps make for happy Gobby. Brayfox ear catchy enemy foot noise. Luminati want Brayflox's secret. Dirty take they try. Pishk. Stinky sweet recipe. Stinky sweet secret recipe. Brayflox can give Gobby friend Brayfox's cheese and most tasty fresh. And now Brayfox is hunted Gobby. Brayfox is no cheese maker. Brayfox free cheese recipe from Illuminati. Cheese is Gobby birthright. No Gobby die make Ul'dah cheese lords, but now they want to make Brayfox dead Gobby. Brayfox give Uplander lend hand in pastime, yes. May mighty Rockman fall with Gobby help, yes. Now it's time come to lend hand to Brayfox Iron Fist, shock. I love the way they speak. It doesn't fuck with my head nearly as much as like some of the other linguistical bullshit I read. Jesus Christ, your man. Just ruining dudes. Just fucking ruining dudes. Holy shit. Oh, we're getting more indications of stuff. Yep, that's Amon for you. I mean, it was grim. I'm just unlocking the hard modes of the dungeons for now, Max, just so that they're like unlocked. So in the future, when I will go use the duty finder, I don't have to worry about them being like, I have faster queues essentially because I'll have more access to more dungeons. is mainly what the thing is. Oh wait. What Legacy is what I'll not be doing right now. I'll do that later. There we go. We're all good there. Right. I can go back to just doing MSQ now. Let's see what Nikki's badge is up to. That sounds wrong. Apparently Spelunkers has expressed interest and it's generous. Oh my god, a generous badge, Nikki. Your boobs are rocking. Perfectly balanced, apparently. 28C is not tiny frame energy. That's a substantial amount of chest. Ready to be worn like a wetsuit? Holy shit. There's also, she may be queen, but he has a woman's heart, a woman's parts, and a mother's fears. Oh, sorry. Right, back into the MSQ chat. And this must be the esteemed Lady Yugiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you a welcome to the toll. I hope you did not find your dearth of fineries off-putting. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and the camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they're willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slathborn. You and the rest, you may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, not a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you needn't bow your head to call me master neither. We're both frontier's hands, as far as I'm concerned. As you wish, Slathborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long, fruitful relationship. But that's an insane thing to say. It is fucking wild to say. Like, the way they venerate and the way they kind of also persecute and also uplift the matriarchs in that show is insane. Like, it's insane. Am I chaos or light? I am on chaos. Our guests have yet to meet the anti-sentient Seven's Hells. Brofgar, why are you wasting time with me? See them to the Rising Stones. I mean, I have to show them around, my guy. Calm down, self down. To whom much is given, much is expected. Forgive me, I require a moment to compose my thoughts before the meeting of your leader. We shall join you in the Rising Stones anon. Okay, cool. Where the fuck am I going then? In here? I think that in this case he was trying to be uplifting. I had a feeling that was the case, considering the fact he was talking about, like, you know, this almost air of like mothership, but it just came off as just kind of insulting. Just double checking to make sure there's no additional quests I've missed in here. Have I missed anything? No. Good. Talked to Ophelia. I haven't talked to her in like fucking 2 weeks. No, that's not what I was saying. It wasn't uplifting. It was insulting. Yeah, fair. I must have misread then. That's fair. I misunderstood when I read I misread what you said previous there, and I apologize. 'Tis no use. Our attempts to reach the students of the Balazian continue to meet with failure. Eorzea has explored the avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded not. We will persevere, of course. Yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already know. How fare the Domans? I am given the understanding you are kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. Mayhap you question the wisdom of aiding refugees and the primal threat remains unresolved. I should not blame you if you did, nor would I deny the matter falls outside of our normal purview, but is as may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when we are within our power to help them. because I would have leveled in your world by data center travel. So if I came across you while you were doing leveling, you would have said hello in game. It's all good, Max. And if it does happen, you're able to do that there. It's always welcomed. One of those ones where I regularly run into like people in the chat and stuff in stream. It happens quite a bit. Been watching Final Fantasy 14 series because only walking recently. It's an interesting one. Is it like a history one of the game, or is it like a let's play or something? Like, imagine you're a female boss of a company and your male co-worker's like, yeah, she might be the boss, but she's got a woman's heart and a woman's parts. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Like, the fact that you have to point that out. It's like, what do you expect her to have? Like a barracuda's parts? Like, what the fuck does that? Why is that even? Why is that even conversation points at this point? It's just walking. It's just walking. I went to Ragnarok because I don't know ever what world you choose, but I'll just level. I'm in Chaos in Phantom at the minute. It's played through where the entire thing is done in RP walk mode. Oh, so someone like really committing to it then. I've seen a few players that do that, and to each their own. I'm sure they're having fun and fair play. They're probably very in the zone. Just baffles me sometimes. I'll see them walking around like the golden saucer and stuff, and I'm like, that's so slow. This is so slow. There's a gate open and you're walking so slow to this gate. You're going to miss the gate. You get to see a lot more of the world than you normally would. Yeah. I guess, yeah. Because like you're actually taking it all in at a slower pace instead of just running past everything. I like the region lock challenges based on our achievement scores. What's that, Nikki? I don't think I'm familiar with that. I've done the walk from Gridania to Ul'dah in RP walking before, and it took only 15 minutes. That's a lot shorter than I was expecting. Like using just the roads, or did you cut through fields and stuff? Like what was like the rules you set yourself on that one? I guess I guess he's like saying she's soft-hearted, emotional, and she's too focused on her children to actually rule. But that's you know what that stinks of, Milo. Know what that kind of reminds me of? When like people start like, oh, you can't put women in power because they're too emotional. Could you imagine someone being that emotional with like with nuke codes? That's almost like fantasy version of that. Returning to the walking sands spam is so much more painful. Oh god, it would be, wouldn't it? Jesus. Just roads, no shortcuts. Fucking hell, was that quick? That's wild hairiness. That is wild. Yeah, that's exactly it. I was going to say that, yeah. Lady Yugiri's here. Please show her in. I should very much like to meet her. That's a lot shorter than I was expecting, Harry. And it's just because, like, is Ul'dah and Gridania that close to each other? Achievement region lock runs are based on your achievement score. Every 100 points unlocks the next part of the map. Oh, that sounds painful, Nikki. There's a lot to it, but that's the gist. That sounds painful. So you can't go into the next area until you've gotten a certain amount of achievements from the previous areas cumulative, based on what the achievements available are in those areas. So, for example, you would have to like do the fates achievements for that area and all the other like little nuances and stuff. That's insane. Physically, they're very close together. I didn't think they would be. Series has AR and several expansions done. Pure RP walk and still going. MSQ spotted. Yes, we are in MSQ. Finally, Angus. After like several weeks, we're in MSQ. We have no objections. Pray do so for our blessing. Your answer pleases me beyond words, milady. But are you quite certain we have no ways of knowing how many might answer my summons? In the event of Revenant's toll could not accommodate all of us, we would need to then find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we'll find it together. As ever, it's been a pleasure, antecedent. Alas, we must take our leave as the first carriages are due to arrive any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak to Slathborn and the Yugiri, Hrothgar. The RP walk limitation also applies to dungeons and trials, and the character is called I'm only walking. That must cause so much like anger in his like dungeons and stuff, because you can imagine some people just wouldn't be in for that, and he'd be like, "What are you taking so long for?" Still, people make up for this. Game is wild. Like one you're doing when it first started 50 years ago. And adding walking into the factor, I'd cry. I mean, you know, we all like to do the games different ways. I couldn't do the only walking thing. That would do my nut in. That's one I couldn't do. There's some dungeon stuff that won't aggro if you RP walk for, I guess. But it's more trying to like get everyone else in the dungeon to like cooperate, if you know what I mean. For example, if they're playing a healer and the tank one's way ahead and does like a wall to wall, dungeon done. It's wiped, you know. He does duty support whenever possible and said he won't be done if random players are involved. Right, I see. So it kind of takes that out of play then. Lamin and I will make for the necessary preparations to ensure our Doman friends are feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Ishtola should be... Fucking hell, phone, what? Just fucking... Ishtola should be returning anon with a report field. Mayhap could wait here and speak to her upon her arrival. Sure. I guess. When I seen this roulette thing for the first time by some streamer forever ago, it looked like a cool idea, then just progressed into pain and suffering. I can imagine. Holy shit.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Oh shit, they're actually talking for once and I don't have to talk.
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet, which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning Ifrit with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
I forgot about how bad her voice acting was.
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers.
There's another one by Kit Genesis where all these humans had to be done in a release order to proceed. That sounds painful. That sounds so painful. Like I wouldn't even entertain the idea of doing that. There's also an M1 quote that made me laugh. Basically, he sees his nephew Luke when they happen to be both at a Baratheon house, and Luke's been traveling in the rain. So M1 says, "You're a wet bastard. Has it been raining, or did you piss yourself?" And Jesus Christ. I mean, roulette system using now probs more lenient than the ones I've witnessed. The hardcore version I've seen was insane. I might have to check out. So, well, here's the problem, right? Sometimes checking out certain videos regarding Final Fantasy 14 can be spoilerish, so I try to avoid them to some extent. The Kid Genesis one is currently stalled at the Coils of Bahamut Savage Mine. So, a bit ahead of me. Not too far ahead of me, I guess. Bro has beef with 13-year-old, but why?
With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity. Ugh.
Can you imagine people just saying in the chat going, ew?
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective.
I don't think so, Winkus. I'm just still taken aback by that. It's like, oh, I'm getting a headache. 1 second, I'm deeply in pain here. Do it again. Like, I get it because said 14-year-old is the reason he doesn't have an eye. But this bit of perspective, Aimwand is like 19/20. Not much older, but a little bit older than the 13-year-old. Voice line wise? Has she? Have I not noticed it?
There is the explanation.
Jesus, fucking head in that guy.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless ones.
Oh, it was way ages ago? That makes sense why I'm not remembering it then.
And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
All right,
When
guess we're
comes this promise of immortality? The emissary?
I guess the next one. They had to recast her after ARR because IRL. She's the one that passed away, isn't she? I was informed about someone passing away, which is sad as fuck. Deeply fucking sad. Anyone was like, look, mate, you stabbed me in my eye, so now you need to cut yours out. Look, you can even have a blade to do it. Or I can do it for you. I'll even just let you pick which eye you want to lose. What a lovely uncle. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. Oh, fucking hell. I wasn't aware her fucking kids were murdered as well. Jesus fucking Christ. No, not bad timing at all. Apparently, you and Jermaine are like in the low to moderate horny. Mila is moderate to high. Not the 6'7" Mila. What am I horny was? I'm moderate to high. How dangerous am I with it? Not very. Guess I'm not horny if I pin people to the wall with Jason with my long pole. Maybe that's why. Maybe you've drained out some of your horn because of that. You've kind of put it in them.
The gift and knowledge.
Jesus, Smiley, you got some spelunkers up in there apparently of expressing interest. Also standard with. Neighbors are no complaints. Although why your neighbors would have complaints about your vagina is insane. Asking how horny people are like it's a humidity index. It's fucking wild way to state it. It's like a humidity index. Oh yeah, power level. I've yet to see a power level near 9,000. I think it's PB, yeah. Solid cock on you. Actually, you got quite a girthy cock there, Milo. Today isn't the day. I'm back on the girth. What was my boob size? I'm rocking like snake, like bee stings. That's a pretty impressive power level. Jesus, Milo, do you need like me to get some sort of operational crane to help you cart those around? You're per back. What on earth are we talking about? Eorzea, a bunch of bullshit. How am I mishearing? It's chat commands, Eorzea. It's chat commands. You can put like exclamation PP for like piece size, exclamation BS for like boob size, exclamation mark vag for like vag depth. It's silly commands that the community love playing with. Everyone who gets quite a long cock on the bot today seems to have very, very, very narrow penises though. We went from like a very serious topic to horniness and dicks. Yeah, the pencil whiff is strong today. Mila's the one who has like the pure girth on him. Sword fencing's on the cards today. I gotta require your hands to lift my giant rack up.
I can suck your dick.
Oh my goodness. I love having my dick sucked. But that's just a general musing.
You shared that vision, did you not?
I did, because I am the main character in this scenario.
Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this.
Oh my god, Monk. There's another massive set of boobs. Hands. Nerd, we need a wheelbarrow per boob. A wheelbarrow per boob's wild.
But surely it is not within his power to
Be sucking these cardboard straw after 1 hour. Jeez. Fucking hell.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already
38 days? Solid?
To prevent this. Failing that,
Very solid.
Primal's extermination.
Okay, that cock is more girth than anything. That is. You're gonna feel it. Put it that way. A boob barrel. Holy shit.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the Echo.
Tataru, my queen.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
You hated Tataru when you started?
Aye.
I'm fairly neutral at the minute. I'm assuming she becomes amazing at some point.
Primal.
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
Hitting Tartar is punishable by death. Jesus. That's a wild fucking escalation to the fucking idea. My character was a Lala. And damn it, I'm meant to be the cute one. She's a threat to my ecological niche. Fucking hell. Okay, that's funny. Shit, Monk, you're fucking going in strong today. Holy fuck. She's a Lalafell, the true final boss of the game. My power level is probably shite. I don't think I've done power level a lot much. Yeah, there you go. I'm shite.
Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people.
Hey, Danny.
My blade.
I'm keeping well because I'm telling you, looking well.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies.
It's been 84 years.
If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
That's not power level, that's a hit to retire from the military, yeah. Chad went to turn my fan off and the fucking light flicked on and off twice. Who have I managed to piss off? Very likely your circuit breaker, but should be fine. Don't know which of those I'd pick. Like, can I do item comparison right now? Either one, I guess. Plainly, should the worst come to pass and the Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse is to face him in battle. Given past experience, you may well think the eventuality inevitable. Yet as long as there's even a chance the Primal's return to be prevented, we must then bend all of our efforts towards achieving that goal. Before aught else, I would hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet his admiral. She's not have been idle of intervening time. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. Sweet, head to Limsa. Yeah, dude, go get yourself some food. Get yourself some foodles. I know I'm going to be getting myself some foodles after this stream. I have probably a bowl of cereal with my name on it after the stream. Is it up here? Or... Oh, is it downstairs? Okay. Actually, when you want to go eat, you name the place, we'll go. I don't mind, Shabin. It's on me. Just name the place and we'll go. You're expected. Pray take this lift to the command room. Nice tits, Monk. Lovely tits. Fuh. I don't know what his name were that. Madame Fuh. Madame Fuh is in Botanic Avenue, I believe. Madame Fuh. Yeah, just off the Armor Road, near Botanic. So we'll go there. Apparently there's also one in Sinan Square, but the one I remember enjoying the most was the one in Botanic. I mean, food-wise, I don't know what's around or what's near cool. To be fair, neither do I, Jermaine. I don't really go out dining that much these days. But if you want pho, we can get pho. We can get pho'd up and go get pho. Ask John. He's a glutton. Oh, well, you know what? Yeah, I'll drop John a line today as well. Big love to our trans friends. As we are also still raising money for Mermaids, folks. If you have any spare pounds or pence you can put towards a wonderful cause, you can do so. There is a link below the player, or if you're on the YouTube side of things, there is a link in the description. Any amount donated goes to an amazing cause, supporting an amazing bunch of people to help marginalized folks. Welcome, friends. Take it Ishtola has praised you of the situation. Let us waste no time, that according to our best intelligence, the Shahagrin have not the crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing thus far to Fanalan and supplement their cash, and for our short-sightedness, we are then faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I'm not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom is ready to launch a large-scale operation to Forta summoning, and we would welcome the Scion support in the endeavor. But if, gods forbid, our efforts should come to naught, then I will trouble you with more mere support, much what I did when Titan we last walked these lands. Lady Minfilia, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines, and I can only assume that you have sound reasons in doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn into their nature. I will only say that there is something I would see with my own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn to deny the wish of those who I require, but precautions must be taken, and I shall require you to remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. If you like Chinese food, there's actual proper Chinese foods by Chinese people eat. Then Gangnam and Orange Straw Mills gets huge recommendations. Those places are nice. Fishback fees are really icky. Yeah, it's fucking. This game is full of like weird fantasy racism, but I'm so fucking used to it now at this point that it doesn't shock me that they just say this shit. Sergeant Ul'dah, our scouts are currently reconnoitering Shahagrin movements within the Saspa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to Operation Staggering Point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, and they might appraise the latest intelligence command. Falk Brita is in charge of the garrison. Got it. I'm wearing my Maelstrom colors as well, chat, so got the right colors on. There's a few options though. There's also like the steamboat stuff, which is like the Korean barbecue place where you like grill your own meats and stuff and your own broth and all. It's pretty good. It's kind of like an all you can eat. There's a bunch of different places we can go. Should the mood take us. Yeah, fantasy racism is in a lot of fantasy. Like, it's in a lot of D&D, it's in a lot of, like, George R.R. Martin stuff, it's in a lot of, like, it just is in a lot of fucking literature when it comes to fantasy. I've been expecting you, Scion, the 7th Dawn. On behalf of the men and the women here, I want to thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount, and with your aid, I will prevent the Leviathan's return. Cool. I will take this one. Warhammer 40k is just fantasy racism in full form. Yeah, a ton of it in that as well. I mean, like, the Imperium operates with, like, galactic-wide xenophobia and stuff. Yeah, it's all in there. Yeah, it's because it's so close to, like, it's so close to, I believe it's like a slur for Hispanic folks that I'm not going to say out loud, but there is like a very close sort of like parallels to that, which feels a bit too at times. Lobsterback is a historical derogatory nickname given for the British soldiers during the American Revolution, which is similar to fishback. First I'm hearing of that phrase. Let's see, what are these rings? Do I have item comparisons for these? So then I would probably want to go for the dexterity one, right? As you already know, the Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter the Saspa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit the Maelstrom have never faced a foe like this before, we must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, I have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming that he does come to that. And yet, their return is long overdue, and I fear they would not have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. It is way too much to ask. I would help you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Saspa, all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend to those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion there may have perished circumstances permitting to ask to recover their bodies, and by no means venture deep into the enemy territory. However, we can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. Oh, I went the wrong way. I went the way looking at that there thinking it was MSQ and it was not. With some octar coats being the same colors as Shelva Boyd Lobster. Makes sense, the red coats and stuff, I get that. But yeah, like, the sort of use of the fishbacks is a bit, especially considering, again, it's so prominently, there's a phrase that I'm not going to say out loud, that so prominently refers to, like, Hispanic folks and stuff. That is, it's kind of in that vein that feels a bit too close to reality, and I get that. I am just looking to fucking do stuff, my guy. Leave me the fuck alone. You're like literally, you're level 44. You're not him. Go away. You're not him. Help somebody of all the times I forgot the restorative. Ugh. Here you go, my guy. I got you some restorative. Thank you, I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers, lightly armed but we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others require capture have been taken to the Serpent's tongue. I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the most of the comrades to save them. I beg you. I think I already know what I'm referring to, or at least the one similar for... Yeah, Hispanic people, like, refer to, like, Mexicans and other folks, like, of Hispanic background and stuff, and it's the one... referring to those folks. Yeah, I am for the very obvious reasons not willing to say it out loud, but yeah. Oh, down here, okay, fuck's sake. It's fucking fit down here as well. Is there... Okay, there's guys back here. They haven't brought the guys I need. Corpses? Those sons of bitches. Alright, come at me, you bastards. Get wrecked. I don't think restoratives are going to work on these guys. Yeah, it's not. I'm not collecting their bodies. That's unfortunate. The reason I'm about Lost Racks because historical in-joke Fallout 4. People based American revolutionaries against giant lobsters. I don't think I played enough Fallout 4 to remember that. I played a little bit of it, but I never like went deep into it. Something about it just I find to be like a bit impenetrable as a game for me. I guess the systems and stuff I didn't really vibe with a lot of the time. Always shocks me how little damage warriors do compared to other classes or other tanks. Yeah, I guess the trade-off though is that like the amount of like health restoration they have though. Like, they won't kill you fast, but goddamn will they fucking outlast you. With self-healing and stuff. You returned, thank the Navigator, and when I learned you went to the Serpent's Tongue yourself, I feared you would ultimately demise. But tell me, what became of the others? I have got their corpses. Yeah, sustain tank, yeah. Which again, it makes sense. Like, you can't give something with that amount of like self-healing also uber damage. That's a recipe for imbalance. Dear gods, these wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does their savagery not know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what may become to those who remain unaccounted for. I pray they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of the men came back alive. I can at least owe you my thanks. The price is paid dear, and we'll have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound the moment now. Be ready and sally forth when they do. Right, I wanted the dexterity one, yes. What's this? This one is a... I'll take the mind and piety one. It's ironic considering the rage and strength of the is their whole thing, especially considering they're LB free. Yeah, like it's the same thing with like warriors in Warcraft. Like at least the DPS ones, not the DPS ones, sorry, the tanking spec ones. Like their whole thing is rage and strength, but in reality they don't put out even a fraction of the power other fucking tanks do. Kind of is like what they did with Dark Knight. Traditionally a DPS sacrifices health to do stronger attacks. Like it works, and it's my favorite tank, but I don't know, man. I'll find out when I get there. Warriors in every fantasy game is just too angry to die, and we will outlive all the homies. I mean, true, they essentially are just barbarians, right? They're like D&D barbarians. They're like, you can keep hitting me. I'm too angry to care. From what I know, Gunbreaker's usually the highest DPS. I could see that. Just kind of off the vibe. It makes a bit more sense. I love Warrior. I don't care. Best tank for me. No one's stopping you from loving the Warrior, man. Thrice damned fishback bastards. I'll kill them slowly and chase their rotten souls through the seventh hells. It's pretty neck and neck with Dark Knight and Gunbreaker, depending on patch. I heard Gunbreaker's weird though as a tank. Apparently gives healers the fucking shits because the amount of health they just drop, because their ability's like, and I drop health. Peace, Commander. We are here for the purpose and vengeance it is not. I want your mind to be on the task and savvy. My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Shagrin and their thralls have indeed begun to amass the Aephorite in the depths of Saspa. We are here to act. It must be now. The men are ready, but I await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Shahagrin have tightened security in and around the sprawling grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with a fierce resistance. But there's no sort. But we are not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard at the key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective here is to take the Saspa Aephorite and eliminate the Shahagrin priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. I assume this will just be like a duty at some point. I don't think it'll be a full dungeon with it. The Maelstrom shall engage to distract the Shahagran legions of drowned pirates at Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful of the lay of the land and the devilish attack forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault, and the subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. In a self-same moment, a diversionary squadron formed of the galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. And likewise, the Scions will form a swarm of units in hopes of confusing the Shahagran defense efforts. Hrothgar and Y'shtola, you two are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversion should serve as the enemy's defenses, rendering the path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through the drawing unwanted attention. Got it. Fancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Shahagran as possible out from the spawning grounds. Having done so, then take your heels to circles round to join the infiltration of Y'shtola and Hrothgar. It's wild that she's just joining basically in on like Scion duties now. I'm not angry, it's just like shit. That went fast. You're not here to do big DPS, you're here to save the squishy floor. POVers? Fuck off. POVers is a wild statement. It's like floor time. Jesus Christ. When we were all set in motion, I myself will cut a path to the Aephorite accompanied by Lady Mephilia, as we agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends, to battle. I'm just kind of like, yeah, sure, I got an axe. Gonna ask him a question. When last did we fight side by side, Hrothgar? Not long ago, I warned. But come, let us away. I think it was some time ago, Y'shtola. I don't think me and you have been in a mission together in quite a bit. At least I don't think it's been recently. Okay. This has got to be like an instance or something. You reckon there's some kind of like goofy Pluto thing between Y'shtola and Hrothgar? In what sense? I don't think I understand goofy Pluto thing, maybe. It's the problem I'm having right now. Get over here, you bastardy. Because like cat person and very much cat person. Oh, yes. Isn't like Pluto having a pet dog? Yeah. That's a fair point. I never really thought about that. Now you mention it. Oh, fuck you, buddy. I'm in a fit now for some reason. Oh, buddy, get fucking wrecked. More? Alright, get over here. We're just gonna fly over these to try and avoid any unnecessary. Paladin, Dark Knight, Gunbreaker, LB free, puts a shield around everyone. Warrior, LB free, hits the ground so hard it creates a massive wall of rocks, even if you're in a mellowed room. Oh shit. I assume it just does like a really, really strong attack to them then? Like, is the massive amount of rocks like provide a defensive wall of any sort, or like create like a defensive line of any sort? Or a kinship, it always makes me go like, huh. I get that as well. Like, I do sometimes look at our Makyota and I'm kind of like, haha, you half cat, I'm full cat. All types of LB visuals the same, just different visual. Ooh, okay. So it all does the same thing, it's just the visual's different. Fair. Shit, is Charlotte dying or is she just getting a lay of the land? And everyone's favorite LB free, the red mage, because we all like making teammates go. But I've heard that like red mage is basically flashbang. Pray do not concern yourself. 'Twas but a glancing blow. Come, the Aphrodite is close at hand, and let us press on. Alright, cool. Let's get our press on nails. Feels like we're not going to stop this in time. Feels like a Leviathan fight's coming. I can feel it in my bones. Because, like, why are normal... Damn them.
Walls of soldiers and civilians both.
No, don't fucking do that. Oh, hey, Fancred.
Did I miss much?
Yeah, Eorzea, that's absolutely fine. Damn, she's pretty good with a blade. It can be felt in the nuggets.
Far East. Mental note: pick no quarrel with Domans.
Yugiri is a queen.
But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Found it recently so you can see my hero. I grew up. Was previously Lala. Oh, happy to see you here. Can't wait to see. Oh, you're ready to get stabbed, my guy. And them two flirting with each other while they fight. This is what's going on here.
To the Aetherite.
You two are showing off. If I was a ninja, I could do that too. I think there's some kind of electrical problem in the area because lights keep going on and off. It's happening in my brother's work too. Oh, okay. Like, power keeps going on in and out. Just be careful, Marla. Make sure you have, like... Make sure you're not, like, on anything that's too power hungry on nearby, because sometimes those things can short. Of course you could. Yeah, of course I could. I got Ninja up to, like, 50. 51, actually. He's got some sweet jump moves and some fucking... Ah, gun. We about to see her do some tits.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Is your gun called Murderer?
Have you shriveled Swordwalkers tormented our kind?
Admiration, the most powerful spell in the game, Annihilator and Death Penalty.
But
I want
no
those abilities.
more. Your time is at an end.
What is with the random tit shots?
You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world,
Ah, fuck, he's
hearken to our
summoning it.
Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
I do. Yeah, so does she.
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What? Such power! It is transcendent!
I thought it was my role to kill him, but okay. Oh, I get an opportunity to, okay.
Seven hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal. Oh, mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Just saw your message there, Nikki. All good.
Shorewalker, you cannot kill that which is eternal!
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
I assume that's Leviathan then.
My being, am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon.
Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates.
So,
Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
oh fuck, okay, so he's gonna basically tsunami the whole of fucking Limsa? Sheesh. That's not fucking good at all. I understand I speak of no normal wall of water, which the Leviathan makes his ready to conjure, carries more destructive power than aught seen in the nature. Enough to raise the entire coastal settlements of the last attempt at any guide. We cannot suffer history to be repeated. Yet, how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? I'm gonna take the mind one, I think. I'll teach them to throw around the word fishback so happy. It's like, you want to be fast and loose with racist terms, my guy? Have a tsunami. Oh shit, do I have a collection of fellows here? I will get you into the party for haste for what is to come. Oh, Nikki's already in our party, apparently. Try again. Okay. Assume we're... That is an interesting party composition. 2 tanks and 2 healers. We're gonna fuck it up. Who needs DPS when you got 2 tanks and 2 healers? God damn. Nikki about to hand off more cookies. But I can't even eat the cookies I have right now because I need to slow down my leveling. And I've got 460. I'll flex and play any role. I appreciate that, Nikki. You're a sweetheart. 100%. How big is the dungeon we're going into here? Because I've got a full party. Is it like an 8-man or is it an 8-man or is it a 4-man? Because I've already got 4 people here. 8, you believe? Grand. We'll get you in now. Oh, fuck it. I'm in the middle of things trying to right-click stuff and I can't. The war plight cries out for action. We must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in open seas, effectively beyond our reach, our fleet is the second to none, and that which may be sure. But Limlian herself would struggle their best to lower the wall of the element, and straight flight would make for the meat of the watchwood of us. We need to plan as much and let it return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await for you in the command room. Right. Now I can right click. My role preference is healer, damage, tank. That's cool. I'm definitively tank for now. Eorzea. I'll shoot stuff for a bit. My lazy class. Oh my goodness. Right, I gotta get back to Limsa, and I guess this is saying up for the Leviathan. How much XP do you reckon I'm going to get for this? Because I need to make sure I don't... You know, I'm concerned. You know? I'm concerned about my XP gain. Truth be told. You get... even from like the 8-mans and stuff, Inkus? Because my worries was that, like, yeah, I'll get fuck off from the quest, but, like, doing a dungeon might be a bit different. Wouldn't have thought of Tanya. Okay, cool. You're expected to the command room. Pray do not keep the Admiral waiting. Send me, Admiral. Send me, Adam.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Halfstone, 'twas called.
Just got an email from Behavior being like, you want to play Jason? I'm like, I'm playing this. I'm not playing DBD yet. Command these. No, I will, Milo. You give me an opportunity. I'll command the shit out of those nuts. Walnuts. Peanuts. Almonds. I'll fucking command any nuts.
He could do too much damage.
Command them all up in my mouth.
But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate.
This trial will have the first time completion. Most hopefully that's not too much.
Summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone.
Oh my god, those nuts! I'll get those nuts in my mouth as well.
Good measure.
The area was subsequently
Pineapple smells,
occupied
grapes,
by
melons,
Saspa.
oranges, and coconut shells. I mean, do I have to eat the shells? That could be a bit dangerous.
Aye.
I have the wheel here at any given point. Walnut. I'll put those walnuts in my mouth. Fingers crossed that the bonus is only like 10k or something like that.
We can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnation.
I won't get loads, don't worry. Okay, cool.
If that sea demon is left to
I did not mean to click that.
Cannot happen. The primal must
Monkey nuts, 100%. Put him in my mouth.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells. Is there no way that we might strike back?
The company of
Big
heroes
shout out to those
defeated
Limsa pleasure barges.
First lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Can anyone check to see what the completion bonus for the trial would be?
Speak freely, Marshal.
Or just all XP involved?
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself.
Did you get your man? I did get my 10 million blood point bonus using the code. Don't you worry, Jermaine, I got it.
All these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe.
I love the phrase 7 hells. Yeah, it's kind of like I guess their standard for like Jesus Christ, which I do appreciate. Should be a standard boss EXP and bonus. If you want to avoid it, you could always go unsynced or something. Or by the gods. We could do unsynced. The only thing I would have against that there is that the only problem I have with that there is that I would look at them and then Nikki and Monk and the rest of the team will have just nuked it. Yeah, I won't get the experience, and that's the thing as well. I also won't get to learn how to do the actual event, and I kind of, where possible, need to learn how to do the actual the trial. I could put on my level 1 weapon on. Or like when they say Maker's Breath, Dragon it. Yes.
This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved.
If I can get, I wonder if there's a way. If I can get like the cumulative amount of XP it would be.
What if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water?
I could make an informed. I could make an informed decision, I guess.
Draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told.
Just when you get loads, you'll know for next time. Yeah.
If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Sync should be fine. I don't think you'll get a huge amount. Trials are kind of meh, but Dungeons in our hand will give you 2 levels. Yeah.
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
Okay, so according to online, it should give me a base amount of 5,625 XP, plus a bonus amount of 1,500. So that would all in give me about, based on my math here, 700 and maybe 7,100 XP for the completion. Double that for Road to 90 would bring that up to around 14k. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this.
Thankfully, we won't have the roulette bonuses.
I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and
Vegeta. That's the only thing, because I'll be just selecting it as a separate dedicated duty. So we won't have the roulette bonus there, thankfully.
Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's
So all in about 14k, which isn't really that much.
In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel.
Your Mentorus is a plus, I think, like 20% numbers would help, so like 10%, I think.
Suffice it to say,
10% top of my, it'd probably bring it up to maybe
considerable danger, and I would
15.5k. Still not much.
Myself.
And if it's 20, I'll bring it up to 16k. It's not the worst. If we can turn it off, that's still appreciated. Fucking hell. Fuck's sake.
It will be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait.
Oh, any mentor crown gives the bonus.
Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well.
The thing is, it'll still give me less than 20k, which is not, if it happens, it's not the end of the world. Like, it'll still give me like 20, it's like 20k all in. And right now I'm 230,000 out of 420,000 when it comes to XP. So like, if it happens and I get 20k, that's not worrying. It'd be different if I was going to fill up the whole bar or a quarter bar. That will fill up like at most a 1/10 of the bar. So I'm not too worried about that. If we can turn them off, great. If we can't, it's whatever. beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legend tell us that we walked among us in the days of yore, but I confess I never truly believed in them. That I should live behold of one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I've come face to face with a primal, I do not begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. I do begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. What is it? A message, Admiral. As I judged it best to be delivered at once. I'm listening. According to the Eljack, it's a man who appeared to claims to defeat Leviathan. What? One of the company heroes? The details are a bit hazy, Admiral. I have dispatched one of our own questioned individual. I'm disinclined to put any store in this claim, even though it should be true. It is as she's told us said. None save the company heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know not how they went about it. Is a man of their number, then he could tell us what he would know already. And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships with some rope, a pile of crystals, we can afford to ignore this man. If his testimony could yield us a manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessels should soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report the supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Hrothgar, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, we can spare the torment of waiting on the reckoning in idleness. The man you're looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lord and Osha. Storm Private sent to question him should be already in the vicinity. May your journey be proof fruitful. Oh, your XP bars behind overlay. I thought you were doing a Johnson thing where it was hidden. No, it's just unfortunately the charity overlay is blocking it, but it's there. It's still there. We're good though. We're good. I shall lock my tiara in the safe box. I appreciate it. Yeah, make it safe. I appreciate it, Nikki. Right. Lower. Okay, where is this? Boruto is standing next to you? Go to Mori Bay Docks, and it's just straight from the Red Rooster. I mean, it was just faster for me to go at the gate. Like, it was way faster for me to just go at the gate, so I just went at the gate. Oh god, not this idiot again. We know he's a fucking liar. Now look here, you tell me you have a bloody story. Right after you carry those sacks of grain over to him. He's fucking doing it again, chat! He's fucking doing it again! His asshole did it to me, he's doing it again! But sir, this is what you said before you had picked me those oranges for you, and before I mucked about the chocobo stables, and before I rolled out that millstone over the mill, and then before... Leopard print nothing mitts. Gods, man, I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days, and do you hear me complain? Yeah, I do. Right now, actually. But I suppose it just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, right, I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said, the old track tone ain't a generous soul. Now, prick your ears out, because I won't be repeating myself too modestly. Besides, there isn't too much the epicness of a man can be sitting, you can. The tale of Trock turns epic victory over the dread primal Libius. Libius? Libius. Levabetus? No, it's Levabetus. No, it's fucking Levabetus. Now, Levabetus, huge, make no mistake. I'll give you an idea how big each of the scales is about as wide as across the new members. Not long then after the mean feet, let me tell you. And when I fought him, I could barely see that Brian was pelting me, and it must have been lagoons worth at least. He ever knocked me a trusty axe in hand at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. What happened next? Why, I grabbed him by the tail, tied him up in knots, but not one to take all the glory for myself. I let my mates carry the company heroes, handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic. May I have too modest? Now, there's something you can say you truly beat Levabetus that you've got. Come to learn, live with him and make him best of that situation. Not the company though. I'm gonna walk up and make him. Oh, it's you. Yeah, it's me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I was just enjoying the attention. Is all. I'll take back everything I said. I was never part of the company heroes. I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. A chocobo dung. No. I'm the maggots you find crawling out of the chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble them. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. What? Why are you telling me this? Why are you telling me this? And that don't even happen much. Remember, why are you telling me the size of your penis, sir? Sir, why are you telling me the size of your penis? Why are you telling? Tiny cock confirmed, I guess, but like, didn't need to know about your penis. I sure as hell didn't fight Levabetus, but I've seen him with my own eyes. Just a fair few years back when I was working in the baker's hand and I was shirking my duties one day, loitering in the harbour and I saw it. Great big massive sea serpent that moms off the coast, and if a fleet of galleon made straight forward with cannons firing. So bloody scared, so I soiled myself right there and then. What? Oh god, just remembering that day makes me soil myself all over again. Hey, wait, if you're asking about Levabetus, that means you're planning to fight him, aren't you? Well, take care. He really is terrible, dreadful, I'll tell you. I'm not even careful, he'll end up in the gutter at the bottom of the sea. I imagine. Please arrest him, by the way. Like, he is not helpful to the state. He should be locked up for treason, stolen valor, treason. Throw the book at him. Why, you worthless lion horse, and I can't believe you made me handle all this chocobo dung. Arrest him, my guy. Note the poop in his pants. I mean, arrest him with the poop in his pants running. Take him into the place with his poopy pants and let him sit in his poopy pants for 7 days. Brofgar, this is Mephilia. Were you able to learn aught about the use against the Leviathan? I beg your pardon, Levabetus? I see, this is unfortunate. At any rate, I've tidied you into twin vessels, now complete. Wait for you, Morbidy the dry docks. Pray tell when you're your way here as soon as you're able. The fashion police want a word with him too. I want a word with him just to hit him upside the head with my fucking axe. You refer to him as a fine specimen. That's an interesting way of putting it. I refer to him as a fucking cunt. Because he was a waste of space and time. No, I don't want... No. I'm not trying to go into the housing. Let me just go on my merry way. Mr. Electric sent him to the penis explosion chamber and have his penis explode. Have his penis exploded immediately is insane. What's the strategy? Who sent me this strategy board? Who sent me this goddamn strategy board? Another one's came through chat. Another strategy board's came through. What's this strategy? Oh, well, that's quite a nice one. That's quite a sweet strategy. I'm saving that to my top tier strats too. Yes, riveting strategy. Certainly a strategy I would not have been able to comprehend had I not been sent it. That... I'm told your jaunt in the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, lad. I'll wager that it served you to take your mind off the events of recent days. Though, be it all that nonsense, the moment the truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the Whorl leader? I call this complete, and she surpasses all expectations. In addition to her prodigal tonsage, she has been fitted with a platform, so that you might maneuver freely in battle. Would you mention also that she's nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The Whorl leader is Whorleader, and her crew ready to stand by. Just give the word, and she shall be. We shall bear you to Leviathan. What's this strategy board? God damn it, champ. I know that look. You're ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Whorl leader may not be pretty, but I'll assure you she's capable. She has been fitted with our friends of Naquid and Vamiles and are calling for the elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, they'll use its power to corrupt crystals on board and rob Leviathan of its hold over the water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, we'll need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. Apparently, it's pronounced Whorl Eater. Whorl Eater? It's not right spelled Whorl. I'm putting that right out here right now. Not even remotely. It is expected the Shahagran and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. According to Maelstrom, that once they again employ diversions, Frankhead and Ishtola will assist in this effort. It is up to you to fulfill the purpose. Your diversioning force will not want for numbers, but by your leave, I would have volunteered my blade. We would welcome it, having seen you fight in Saspa. I dare say fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Frankhead and Ishtola, if you would join the third levy and the Lady Yugiri the fifth. But what words I would have for the man who made a sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go warily into the sea's unforgiving place to wage war, and may the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments and add a few words of my own. Know that we have all but utmost faith in you, Brothbar, and may the crystal bless and keep you. I have some words to add to that as well. Let me add some words of wisdom to these. Are you sure? Surely it's Whorl leader. I got some words to say to this as well, chap. I'm going to give you some inspiring words that only me and my countrymen truly rarely get to say with such air and dignity. Keep her lit. But more importantly, get her bucked. Like I do. Oh yeah, keep her lit, that one. Sure, this is like Disney World. Keep her lit, get her bucked. Yeah. Keep her lit, get her bucked. It's words I live by. It's based on the English word world, referring to spiral pattern. Is it just like Whorl? Oh, okay. Today I learned. Right. I need to look for... Is it a Minstrel's Ballad? No. No. There's... Hard? It starts hard? Same, actually. That's wild. I start hard, too. Fuck, I was fast. Oh. Fucking. Turn on my tank stance. Get her bugged is just looking pumped for the Scott nerds. What the fuck? I don't know where the hard is easy. Not quite, it's really close, but it's an extra bit of sauce on it. It's not our DPS who's winning here, is it? God damn it, come on. Wait, did I? Oh, I didn't charge my phone. The DPS who hasn't said yes to this shit is sus. Sussy baka. Full party, let's fucking go. I feel like my inspiring words of keep her lit and get her bucked has blessed the voyage. I hate that map for the DVD map for the Trickster. Absolute gar. I liked it. Full party, full of melts. Full of melts. Still fingered everyone. That's wild to say. Just Jason going around fucking Trickster's map, fingering everyone. I hear it now, lads. Lads. That's that. Can't be doing that now, like, come on. Oh shit, this is the platform we fight on? It's like a little pier. Shows your big snake. I love a big snake. Second only to the better metal snake.
It's gonna end your life tonight.
Tank stance is on. I'ma go in and hit it. Where that's okay. Son of a bitch is gonna do you some pop and locking. Okay. Oh, you want to do it this way, you sultry bitch? All right, you go popping and I go locking. Do we have a tank on the fucking... Okay, he's on... I'll take odds, I guess. What the fuck? There's a tail to be had? Excuse me, my guy, but... fuck's going on here? This is cool. Come on, you salty bitch. Come at me, bro. I'll have your tail, make no mistake. Hey, Sean, hope you keep mugs, I'm telling you. You're looking well. Sean, is it Thursday or Friday? It's Friday's the 19th, right? GG, everyone. Big GGs. Player accommodations. I'm gonna give it this dapper gentleman. I assume there's no loot to be had, no? No loot. No loot indeed. The actual hard version, he will destroy the ruins. Oh, cool. No loot, fat or otherwise, that's a shame. Oh well, I like fat loot or thin loot. I like loot. Shocker, I like loot. But yes, Sean, if you're in the chat still, I imagine you are. Is it Thursday or Friday? I'm near sure it's Friday for Left 4 Dead, right? No any urgency of your business. I thought it best to refrain from making conversation. You're just doing it right now. Past a few visits, but today I will permit myself a few words. I feel the privilege that had been the honor of admitting the heroes such as yourself, and you're an inspiration to us all, sir. And on that note, the Admiral awaits you and the Commander. Wink. What's the wink with? Makes it sound like I'm about to have sex or something. It's like the Commander's waiting for you. Wink, you know, fuck. Oh Jesus, like the night really just changes the look of this whole room. That's crazy. I didn't think it would have that much of an effect on the background.
We Lominsans are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you.
I'm gonna hold off on clicking next until the break's done. Because I did not realize the break was done when I accepted that quest. Or not accepted the quest, when I went up into this dialogue. So I'll hold off on that. But yes, thank you folks who came in. Especially yourself for the first time, Eorzea coming in and supporting us on a lovely, lovely trial. That was fun. Like, the trials are becoming intriguing, and I do appreciate that, like, no one told me jack shit going into that trial. Because, like, part of me is kind of like, I want to see if I can just adapt on the fly. Like, I want to see if I can try and adapt to this without necessarily being babied through it. So as soon as like there's a tail, I don't know if it's like, okay, Monk's dealing with that, I'll get the fucking tail. Let me have that tail. And I appreciate I was able to get through that without that there. I'm trying just to try and build a little bit more confidence in myself, especially as I go into more and more of these. I'm trying to have that level of self-assuredness of myself going in, because I know full well I've got a backlog of players coming in and helping me. It will usually keep me right, in the sense of like they won't let me die as easy. But I do like I'm trying to build up to like confidence going into these things now more and more myself. I assume Shan's probably in Ad's way. She hasn't been able to answer me. I assume at least. For context, chat, I am going to be playing Left 4 Dead 2 this week with Shan and Mia Morn, also known as Kat, as a bit of a Pride collaboration. So at some point during the week, it won't necessarily be Final Fantasy. It'll be us just mowing through random modded versions of Left 4 Dead 2, having a blast there. So I'm looking forward to that there. Looking big forward to that there.
Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks.
I do appreciate some humblest thanks.
'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight.
It's interesting as well that like the Garleans have literally went into like a whole section of the continent we haven't even seen yet in the game.
Know that I am
Well, people have, I haven't. But yeah,
it may seem
I'm looking forward to learn about that.
to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
Always loved our Silent Hill map for Left 4 Dead though. I don't think it's ever fixed the glitch to one of the maps that disables the darkness. It's like is that like a mod for this for Left 4 Dead?
I
Or
have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I already have learned
I'm
both
heartened
schools
to
of
hear
techniques.
I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
To me that was like, yes, well, I was fighting and then I decided to flirt fight. So I started flirting my blurt. Yeah, there's an entire Silent Hill campaign for both Left 4 Deads. Ooh, okay. That sounds cool. I'll have to say to Kat and Shan on that one.
Once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yashola! You jest, of course.
Which told us like, I'm gonna make life difficult for him. Him
But
flirting his
for a
blurt.
chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Ul'dah, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Oh, Mephilia coming in to back him up a little bit.
Minfilia, please!
Or not, I guess. Jesus Christ, okay. I guess this guy's getting fucking both ends of it.
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
12 chapters long and 4 random. That's insane. That's insane.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many Domans have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's toll. Morderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in.
I thought she was going to offer some fucking...
Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
Okay, that's at least good.
We are in your debt, Admiral.
I guess...
I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment. But if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
I guess this is like us bringing her to the free districts to kind of build connections between the Domans and the folks of this part of Eorzea.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'shtola.
Okay.
I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence.
Syndicate campaign comes in 4 parts. That would need to be all downloaded. Yeah, that's the thing. If we're going to do it, I need to say to both Shan and Cat, because we'd all need to download them. Also, back then it would be a hint into the rogue / ninja. Oh, did the ninja not come into later? Was that a thing that came later?
Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome Oblivion? Nay.
There were not launch classes, that's why they can't be done. That's why you can't be one at the start. Oh, okay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right,
First of the new jobs we got.
belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
That makes sense.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
Interesting.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, Strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
This fucking piece is starting to look a bit fucking shaky, isn't it, champ? Oh, a weapons cache. I think my weapon's already level 90. I don't think I would need to open that one as a warrior. Dad once informed me that the arrangement I've kept away in our introduction to the Yugiri. To the south stands a gate leading to the pier of a small fishing vessel. Look for an inconspicuous Eorzean man in the presence, a letter to him, and serves as the gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I'm obliged to remind you that the numbers of the fraternity to which you will be introduced to bathe with shadows of the Lominsa of society. Their value is independence of the high, for more highly than pirates, and united by a bond stronger than mithril, to which they are invariably wary of new faces. Though ill penned by the Admiral herself, mere words in the parchment will not only get you this far into their confidence, you must work for every ounce of trust they place in you. But here is the letter. Go for the aforementioned place and show the aforementioned man, and good luck. If this is like an introduction to the rogue stuff, or the rogues area, which I think it might be. Yeah, it's looking like it might be. I wonder if there's going to be an acknowledgement, considering I've already kind of went through those class quest stuff. I wonder if that plays a factor into anything. Oh, jeez. Trying to reply to someone there? What? Okay, so down here to this inconspicuous man. Got business with me, venturer? I do. I got all the business with you. So you're the man Admiral sent word of. I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Fancred too. Been a while since I saw his shite-eating grin. But with that dill-wide wenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. Well... and you must be the Far Eastern that Merryweeb says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, milady. I am Yugiri of the Doman. It is an honor to meet your acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. I would assume I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that, lass. Limsa is a city of pirates, to be sure, and the pirates don't give two farts about keeping the spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. My people, and I keep for the shadows, but we got nothing to be ashamed of, as it's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed a fighting technique suited for this purpose. I see. I know that practitioners of that art, too, are denizens of the shadows. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There's much we might learn from one another, I think. Then, what in the seven hells are we waiting for? If you'd come with us, Yugiri of what's-its? Jesus, that's not a great introduction, is it, chat? We can get acquainted with the more private... That sounded dodgy. For more private surrounds. Huh. Didn't you... that didn't come out right, did it? No, it really didn't, but I'm glad you acknowledged it as well. Master Brockar, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I loathe to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us Domans, and no word would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting the martial knowledge I know from the people of Eorzea, and when time comes, it would be an honor to welcome you in as a student. Yeah, cool. I am partway through my training, about halfway through my training, so that is a level. Oh, it's a level 70. What was the cash there again? Level 90. It feels like a waste. Like, I feel like I don't need a level 70 axe. My axe for the minute. I could probably use that on a different job and probably get more benefit from it. Ooh, new earrings. I think my earrings might be kind of crap actually, now that I think about it. Comparable. You've almost completed the tutorial for Final Fantasy 14. Just 80 more quests. Fuck off, really? Is it really 80? Nikki, is it legitimately 80 more MSQ before Heaven's Word? Because that's insane. I don't know. I didn't count. That's fair. Much and more has occurred since I first beheld Eorzea from the Galleon's deck. Suffice to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you ever long. Doubtless you've been pressing business of your own. Rest assured, I no longer require an escort to this land. When you next meet Lady Menphilia, please pray retell her humblest thanks, and I would that I could do in person. But I must needs fulfill the promise to the Admiral till we meet again, warrior of light. Post AR is the longest post MSQ in the game. They must have really needed time to work on Heaven's Word. They must have been fighting for like just, you know, development time. Cause that's insane. The Whorl is like 75% of the way through AR. So that is about 60 more quests then. Which is steep enough, honestly. Yeah, and it was worth it. I'm excited to see where Heaven's Word brings. I'm excited to see what all of the expansions brings. Yeah, Nikki was saying earlier that like they cut like 20 quests out of it, which is crazy to me. I wonder if it was just faff, or if there was any like stuff.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing.
Okay. Is it a part of the 5.3 Whorl?
His spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical
Part of me
form.
wishes I was here playing it as it was happening, because I'm so curious to see what it felt like back then.
He took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed.
You say that, but you forget sometimes there was like 2 or more months between patches. And I can get that's a frustration and unto itself, because you're kind of then stuck just doing your dailies and doing your like your rotations and whatnot, waiting for the content to come out. But you know, I imagine there's still like a spirit of hype and a spirit of like, you know, just a level of like community at that time that must have felt good. It must have felt really exciting. And I kind of, part of me wishes I could experience that, you know, that level. It's like, and I get that comes with some negatives, but there's something about that camaraderie that I quite like the sound of. Those were just the ones removed in post AR, but they also removed 31 from AR itself. Oh, really? Jesus.
There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo?
I love an echo.
Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
That way busted into the room, it feels like it.
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
What up, my Baldessians?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
The Isle is gone?
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 Preserve.
Was that Leviathan that did that? Well, I guess I'll find out. I asked this stuff, you know, rhetorically.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
Kind of wish I would see Godbert there, because surely he's a fucking member of this council, given how rich he is.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
I'll take the dexterity ones because I feel like, again, dexterity is probably... Ooh, got an achievement. I feel like dexterity is probably some of my missing stats. Stop, don't you prick me! Dexterity is some of my missing stats when it comes to my other characters that could benefit from that, so I'll take that. Fucking literally taking 7 bricks there, for God's sake, in one go. Ooh, new earrings, okay. Nikki, don't you brick me too. Wrong target. Why am I getting bricked? Dex would be good for someone like the Bardo Dancer. I'm returning Monk's bricks. Oh, you're returning Monk's. I'm glad you have my back, Nikki. Yeah, it'd be good for like the Bardo Dancer. I'm very aware of God stuff for the Paladin and the Warrior and whatnot. So I'm trying to just like when given the options, I'm trying to find options that might facilitate some of the other jobs, just so that like I'm keeping the you know, the accessories and stuff to as balanced as possible across all my jobs, to give myself as much just, you know, general coverage across the gear. They're having brick fights in my chat. Our friends in the very Isle itself, everyone and everything. Oh, don't take a brick to the face, Jesus. Not on my account. No. It avails us to not speculate. Eorzea will send word if there is any developments. Until such time he does, we must remain firm, focused on which within our powers to change. And in that in mind, I would speak to you of a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns the etheric fluctuations which are previously attributed to the good King Mughal the 12th. The king is no more is a blessing which we have due to thank. Yet all the well as the 12 woods, the latest readings reveal that there's an ongoing etheric disturbance considered magnitude, and may even suggest a presence of a primal. Needless to say, the possibility warrants immediate investigation. I would have you would have me, miss. It's a bit forward. Acelia? I do not wish to be interrupted, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees hailing from Ul'dah this time come to Revenant's tolls seeking asylum. It would seem that they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave to the Domans. At present, they are the seventh heaven awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this is to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Celia, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Concerned what we have and what will happen if you do. Word will spread, war will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Ew, I didn't even think of that. Christ. Hrothgar, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. Who? Oh, God. Is that what that little fucking Lalafell did? He spread division and is trying to scupper us in the background, potentially. Did he do that just to fuck with us a bit? Is he fucking working with the Ascians, little bitch? Or the Garleans? Again, I ask all these rhetorically, chat. I'm just kind of like externalizing my internal thoughts. Oh. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Mephilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. To all be praised, it is you. We're ready and willing to work the same as the Domans. Just give us a task, and we'll see it done. Pray calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we've not your situation. Beg your pardon, antecedent. I ain't good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Ul'dah for years, trying to piece together a life to replace what we took. They say we work, but we're not to be an honest man, not as would sully the sooner than the palms of any road. The flames do not care for us, or of course, it ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards of the city didn't help us. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming, and I knew we had to run the only question was where, and then it came to me. Revenant's toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? You'd surely do the same for us. I was just like straight up no. There's sure I watched put a chef's hat on when fairy crafting, which avoided such mistakes. It's an interesting way of going about it. I just would expect that people wouldn't necessarily spoil the story for me when I'm asking questions, because I would assume people would, when I react to what's in front of me and what I see in the storyline, I would assume people would understand that that's a rhetorical question of me trying to externalize my thoughts. Otherwise, I'd be just silent the whole time going, and that's not really, you can't read my mind for good reasons, I guess. So it's one of those ones where, like, I'll keep reminding people that the questions I ask are very rhetorical, unless I go, chat, can you confirm? I think that's the way, the best way of approaching is that if I literally say the phrase or something to the effect of, chat, can you confirm? If I just randomly talk about the story out and about, it's usually rhetorical. I just never answer anything because I want you to learn. But if you do really want to know something, spell it out for me. And I will, Nikki. I will. It's one of those things where, like, 95% of the time, it's purely me just externalizing my thoughts. I will say, theories that I had after you reached the point that it became painfully obvious, I was wrong, but you're not at those points yet. Interesting. Okay. Fun tidbit. Though every patch during AR, MSQ, and Heavensward, Revenant's toll was being built and updated in real time. That's crazy that they were still updating Revenant's toll in fucking Heavensward. That's crazy. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, that decision was on a product of extraordinary circumstances, and I sympathize deeply with your plight, and I pray we understand it's not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity, and so is with great regret I must deny your request. But we've nowhere to go. You're turning your back on us. I mean, if I might have a word. What's up, Tataru? Hey, avid Final Fantasy 14 player here. Ferret to congrats on Fisher Base RR. I appreciate it. Very, very, very kind you say, just Goku. Second, all the free crafters welcome. I will not say anything, but I can say is you're gonna have a fun time, and I appreciate that, just Goku. I appreciate that. I'm always kind of blew away by the amount of like new faces that come into the stream and will just like congratulate me on going through like the main arc of ARR and stuff, because like that's just so reflective of how amazing the Final Fantasy 14 community is. And again, since I've started playing Final Fantasy 14 on stream, I am blew away by just the sheer amount of positivity that comes from the community. And like, I played a multitude of games over 10 years on stream, and I don't think I've received quite a kind of like community reception as this. It's truly like just heartening to see. So thank you for that. That had the gradual build thing where it self-hits in the game, but only one of them remains. Oh, okay. I've made some predictions about AR, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker, and I've been super wrong every time, but I'm not upset about it. It's fun. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? You want to be surprised. If you can tell where the writing's going and it's predictable, there's no fun in predictability. Like, sometimes it could be fun to say, like, oh, I got that little tidbit right, but like, if you're able to guess the whole story all the way through, that's not great. I'll say this, PG. You might need to be harsher with warnings when you reach Shadowbringers and Endwalker, though. It is going to be one of those ones where, like, if people become too, like, vivid with, like, telling me what's going to happen, or allude to things that are going to happen and take the shine off of a thing for me, my mods or myself will end up timing people out and stuff for that there. And if they continue to ban it, because like, I don't mind when I'm given like a mount or something that could be from a different expansion and stuff, because I've been given those. And the reason why I don't really mind that there is because mounts are going to be seen throughout the world. You're playing an MMO. If I see a mount, or if I see a minion or a bit of garb or something that could betray the themes of the game that is ahead of me, I would have to play the game blind, like literally with like blinders on, because I'm in an MMO. I'm going to see that stuff. So me having those mounts is no different than standing beside Tom, Dick, and Harry with the mount out and about in the middle of the world. But if like I get to a point where like a major story beat's going to happen and if someone's just fucking like alliterating the story beat as like a minute before I do it, I'm going to be like, okay, stop that. That's not cool. Let me actually think. Let me go through it as myself here. As you take that approach to my uniforms, it is with with a single very specific exception. I mean, the end of the day, I could get mounts and gear given to me, which has happened, that could betray something that's for the future. But here's the thing when it comes down to it, right? I'm not going to know that unless someone tells me it. That's another thing as well. Like, I get it could betray a theme of what's to come. I'm not going to know the magnitude of that shit unless someone in the chat goes, that does that, you know? So I can still have ignorance if no one tells me. Have you gotten to the tree endgame yet? aka glam making. People have give me so many glam stuff. Goku. I've got some glam wardrobes. And they're silly and fun, and I'm sure that I'll show you them in a wee second. You'll probably look at it and go like, oh, you've been given some very advanced stuff way too early. I'm like, you know, I don't know what the context is, you know. Ill tidings from Ul'dah, my lady. Alphino has been wounded. Wounded? Oh, did he fucking get someone to shank Master Alphino? What? Hi, is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the Flames, the refugees started a riot and went wild. Apparently they're lashing out anyone and everyone. What the fuck? That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells now, the Blades have an excuse. They round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Aniseton, please, if you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. The specific outfit I'm talking about is a very huge spoiler in the direction the MSQ will go. Yeah, but like, here's the thing, right? The outfits are just the same as like mounts to me. If I'm given an outfit, that's no different to me being in Limsa Lominsa and seeing someone wearing the outfit. You know? Like, I can't avoid that. Like, I can't avoid that. That's literally impossible for me to avoid. Like, there's things like that there. Like, I get that will spoil stuff, but unless someone points it out to me that that's a major spoiler, I'm always going to assume it'll betray a theme of the game to come. But I can't ignore that because I'm in a living, breathing game where players are going to dress as they want to, and I can't stop that from happening. My lady, we're not the ones that stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know there were more circumstances surrounded by this riot, I'm certain that what is afraid we can provide. If the authorities determine with the refugees attacked by provocation, then these responsible will have the answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphino and quickly. If he's in danger or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Alright, hand over the Ul'dah. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalimo will see to it. Alphino is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Brothgar. I do like how most of the trials have unspoilery names. We just did the Whorl leader, and it was called Leviathan. It wasn't called Leviathan. Yeah, there are exceptions, but hey, yeah, that's cool. Like the fact that it was called like the Whorl leader is cool. Like I like the creativity and the naming conventions and stuff. I do enjoy that. Right, I gotta get my butt over to Fanalon here. Enough Fanalon, Ul'dah. Well, they already told you about Leviathan's name previously, but the Whorl leader is his title. Ah, so it's a separate title from the Leviathan. Which every time I say the word, it just reminds me of like Wilford Brimley. I play in EU. I'm in Chaos on EU. Just Goku. I thought the Whorl Eater was the ship. Yeah, it was the ship's name, but I assume maybe that they named the ship after the actual beast, maybe? Like, they did name the ship that. He's just standing here.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident.
What the fuck's going on here?
There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence.
Oh man, otherwise could have visited you and gotten you some glam. I forgot to show you what glam I had so far. I'll give when I'm out of this again. I'll show you, Goku. Well, you technically can. The Oceania data centers are weirdly linked to each other. Just requires planning. Kind of, you know, it is kind, very kind.
So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity?
The more and more I learn about Ul'dah, the more I hate it.
None. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist.
I hate Ul'dah the more I get into the story.
To ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow.
Ul'dah's pretty much Final Fantasy USA, 14 USA. Part of me thought there was like themes of like Saudi Arabia and part of it as well regarding like the wealthy families and stuff. I got that vibe from it.
This has prompted more and more Ul'dans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry.
Random fun fact, Costco, America, you can buy a full pallet of Monster Ultra White with 7,230 for only $10,000. Jesus, that's a lot of Monster. That is a stupid amount of Monster. I don't even know. I don't think I would drink that amount of Monster in a lifetime. I for sure got the Ottoman Arabic food. Yeah, that's a feel I got a lot from it.
Of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Domans asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees.
It's meant to be like a rough analog for Morocco and North Africa. I can see how the Morocco, definitely. Definitely the Morocco, yeah. It's not, yeah, I kind of, so I'm diabetic, so I can't drink the full sugar ones anymore. Otherwise, I'd be drinking Aussie lemonade because Aussie lemonade for me was just amazing, taste-wise. Right now, when it comes to the sugar-free ones, the zero ones, I typically go for peach ones.
It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest. Nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated.
You can't drink energy drinks? I take it fucks your system up if you do. That's a shame. Okay, our options are intelligence and determination, direct hit, and I'm gonna go. I've been getting quite a bit of the mind ones. I'm gonna get a non-mind one this time. Just don't. Fair. You don't like him. You don't like him. No harm in that. What is our ring situation? Okay, well, not that ring. Can I look at the other ring? The determination might be really good, actually, for that. Determination might be a good one. Yeah, I'll get the determination one. As I told you before, this all but inevitable incident of this kind would eventually occur given rise to tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have some reason to believe this particular riot might not have been begun spontaneously. I piqued your curiosity. Good. Then you'll accompany me to the Hall of Flames, where I'll hear the General Robin will say upon the matter. Oh yes, Glam's the show. Yes. So, initial one, I've got some fucking sweet fucking glam going here if I want to go pure lever about it. I've got casual summertime fun glam. You know, with whoops, nope, I don't mean to be going forward. With little booties and stuff. Sweet sneakers. I've got the fancy assassin wear for whenever you need to murder. You know, whenever you need to make that murdering look suave, we've got an assassin wear. We've got when I want to look a little bit ridiculous and throw people off, because who suspects a Hrothgar in a tavern maid outfit? Sexy but violent. I have a variation just for the staff. I have this wild space one that Nikki gave me, which is just insane. I just thought it was funny because it actually reminded me quite a bit of Pragmata. I quite like the lever daddy look, yeah. The Pragmata. It reminded me a lot of Pragmata, which I thought was fun. You got the Among Us helmet. Yeah. Among Us. I've got one that reminds me of Cindy from Final Fantasy 15. Which I thought was quite cool. Reminds me of Cindy from Final Fantasy 15. And then I've got the Dorothy look for when, you know, I'm doing Hildibrand. You know, gotta look right for the Hildibrand quests. I've got to be as gentlemanly as possible in a sweet dress. And then I haven't filled out the rest yet. But I got some glam. Hot take, 15 was actually... I liked 15 a lot. The furry in Metal Gear Snake Eater. Oh my god. What was he called again? The Fury, yeah, the Fury. Is that Nikki? Oh, hey, Nikki. What are you doing, Nikki? What in the Power Rangers are you doing, miss? I'm going to be playing 16 at some point, Eorzea. After I do Heavensward, I'm going to take a break from 14 to do 16. Go for all of 16. Okay, now she's just pulling off Power Ranger stances. Go for all of 16 and then come back and go into Shadowbringers. Just to kind of like create a bit of separation from time to time. Speaking of gentlemanly, have you... I do have the gentleman's suit now, you're right. It should be in my glamour dresser. Should have had 14 way sooner. I started this as Shadowbringers. If it wasn't for 13. I feel like Goku might be in an ad, because I don't think Goku is... a Twitch... What's a... Turbo? Okay, Nikki, what the fuck? Oh, you're here. I wasn't sure if you were able to hear me or not through the ad break. We just done them. Nikki, no, Nikki, no, Nikki. I've got 460 of them, Nikki. I appreciate it, but I don't need them, Nikki. Nikki, you cannot be giving me 700 plus cookies. I don't know what I'm going to do with 700 plus cookies. I haven't even... I have 460 of them still, lass. 460. Oh, so you want to play me in... Alright. Food buffs until the end of the game, right? She's gonna beat my ass here, I can tell already. That was my card. God damn it. They are a big Genyu Force, you're right. They're very Genyu Force. We drew. God damn it. I didn't lose. That's true. I didn't lose. It's better than a loss. You're 100% right, Max. But Nikki, I massively appreciate the cookies and stuff. I have more cookies than I know what to do with. Gonna hop back on light. Not a problem. Not a problem. Eras. Not a problem at all. But yeah, we just Goku. We just finished up the ARR. Is that a frying pan, Nikki? It just dawned on me. Is that a fucking frying pan? It might be, isn't it? You've got a laser frying pan. Holy crap. Okay. She's a culinarian. A culinarian with lasers. That is wild behavior. Right, Miss. As always, it is a pleasure to see you. But I must bid you adieu. Okay, now she has like a laser saw. That's wild. That's wild. Before I get jealous, I'm gonna move away. I'm gonna get jealous if I keep watching her whip out cool objects. But yes, we done the Manderville quest yesterday. Or well, we finished off not yesterday because yesterday was Monday. Our last stream, we done the last two of the ARR Manderville quest line. 10 out of 10. No notes. Had a blast. So fun. Loved it. But I will be doing Final Fantasy 16 after Heavensward, because what I plan on doing, am I going the right way? I don't think I am I? Oh, I am going I went the wrong way to begin with. So I want to try and break up her, like just a rhythm a little bit, try to keep the rhythm kind of intriguing, and I want to try and put a Final Fantasy game in after Heavensward before we go into Shadowbringers, just to kind of like, you know, keep things fresh a little bit. We will come back, obviously. Once I've done Final Fantasy 16, we'll go back into Final Fantasy 14 again. But I might do that every so often, where I might put another game in between each expansion, just to kind of, you know, create a level of freshness. And so it stops me also getting burnt out by the game as well. Yeah, not burn out, essentially. So it helps me not burn out. I feel like Final Fantasy 16 is like different in like style of gameplay, but still a Final Fantasy game that it should like be engaging for my mind and keep with the theme, but from a gameplay standpoint and a story standpoint, feel a bit different and a bit, you know, a bit more of a different speed. No, it's not a good time, Brockgar. My fans are full of dealing with these refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alfino, back on your feet already? May, with credit to your swift recovery of your chirurgeons. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled, but I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but before the unrest had spread for the surrounding territories, pockets of resistance remained throughout Fanalan. We've said what forces we could spare to root out the last of the belligerents. The progress is slow, but we're damnably elusive. I can imagine well, given the majority of the refugees that live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know where the lay of the land. Well, I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little incident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher's knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny the tensions between Ul'dah's citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away. But would the motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single guild to spend? Who would not have survived with any aid provided to immortal flames? Surely they would have sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against the benefactors. Come to the point. I can understand that. As much as I think that 14 gets better with later expansions, generally. There is a lot of content, and it's good to pace yourself so you don't get burnt out. Yeah, that's the idea. It's not to get burnt out and to... I guess I want the journey to last as long as it can. And I'll just fully admit, if I give a bit of space and time between, each expansion and stuff, that by the time I get to Evercold, post-Evercold could exist. And so it allows me to kind of be able to continue flowing through at my own pace without hitting an immediate dead stop. So it constantly keeps me in a rather sensible progression or a sensible moving speed. And that's at least my hope anyway. I know there will get to a point where I will ultimately kind of hit like a hard point where I can't go any further. But that's what the wheel is for anyway. The wheel will slow me down anyway. I don't know if many folks who've came in today will understand, but we actually use a system in here. It's a bit different. And the system was set up by Mr. Johnson's. Absolutely lovely lad. You go check him out. He's another Final Fantasy streamer. And it's the wheel system where for each expansion, we have a hard cap in the actual levels we can level up to. So, for example, we're in ARR. My hard cap of getting a job is to 51. Should I get a job to 51, I have to spin a wheel in order to then pick the next job I play going forward into the actual playthrough. The wheel looks like this here, and we just spin it every time I have to do a job change. And the job changes also can be essentially dictated by the chat as well. There could be points and has been points where the chat consists once per stream can just decide to spend channel points and be like, no, you're spinning the job wheel now. You're not. It doesn't matter. You're only on level 30. Spin the job wheel. And it puts me onto a random job of the available jobs, and has been then forcing me to try all of the classes as well. So the playthrough we do is far from conventional. How I'm going about the pacing, far from conventional, and that's a little bit of like a little bit more sort of a challenge and a general vibe to the stream that I do genuinely have an absolute blast doing. And as well as that, their viewers can also influence the wheel by spending channel points if they want to see a specific job show up and be more prevalent in the wheel so that I have a higher chance of rolling onto it. They can spend channel points and then put more slots of that specific job into the wheel to then influence the wheel for me to have a higher chance of landing on that job. So it's a fun system. So, like, the playthrough is going to be slower than most people's playthroughs, but the idea is I see the world, I see all the lore, I see everything this game has, and by putting in those points where I play a different game after each expansion, will allow me to also kind of not get burnt out, especially with the system we have in place. Very well. My point is, General, is that the powder keg is discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now order must be restored. This is my first duty. Until it is done, my investigation can wait. I do not have the time to discuss. Muscus will return anon. Okay, so he's not really up for hearing that there could be a plot inside of the Ul'dah's actual, like, ruling structure that's caused this. The general is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim without the necessary proof that his riots were instigated by outside forces, the monetarists would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been set upon proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I may have more faith in your abilities, Hrothgar. Therefore, I propose to conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. And to that end, I would have you make inquiries in settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are, and he may balk at your request for such information, but I've no doubt you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek the answers my own way, after all, which we can then regroup and then share our findings. When, then, shall we? I delivered that last part very weirdly. Play faster or AI arts. Sellers will catch up and sell your amazing stuff. What are you on about? What do you mean they're going to catch up to me? Uber Eats driver? It just dawned on me someone added me called the Uber Eats driver. Where is the closest? Okay, I've been sent a letter here. Let me go check it quickly. I can't believe that an Uber Eats driver has just added me on the friends list. I heard like the little like ping when it was in the cutscene. I know it's not real Uber Eats. Like I'm not that stupid, Jermaine. Grab here, new letter arrived for your favorite assistant. Yes, just speedy and accurate deliveries have earned to carry level 1 Kupo, and yet the delivery Moogle work is never done. Should you see the deputy post Moogle outside Limsa Bulwark Hall, you sign will have another job for you. I'm aware. No, I mean, there is someone actually called that and delivers. That's wild. She was here a second ago. Where the hell did she go? I've seen their profile. Wait, actually, if I was to go into my friends list, they don't have an adventure plate. I thought they might have had an adventure plate. You look as though you have something to say, Hrothgar, do you? What do you ask as no simple favor? Where such information fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers will be at risk. Even so, there is no wisdom to your words. An able individual may be better suited for the task than a regiment. Very well, the brass blades are reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. Maybe unrelated events, but we doubt it. As you begin speaking with the blades posted there. Alright, go into Lost Hope. And what brings you here, adventurer? A search of refugees. Well, you've come to the right place. Oh, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of those people lost hope but came here to accept their situation and are content with their past their days in the peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, and like the merchant who passed through recently, gregarious fellow, awfully opinionated. I can't say I had the same go. Right. A friend of the Sultanate, are we? I take that means someone has read my report. The refugees who left the merchant have yet to return, and I am increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions are correct. You haven't the foggiest? What am I talking about, do you? Never mind, I'll speak to Zazawaka and he will explain everything. Okay, guess I'm going to Zazawaka. We have 2 people on our SC who do it, and they're in PF quite a lot, usually doing RP stuff too. Delivery driver, and I forget the other prime driver is called. I see this time it was you, Nikki, though. You little shit. Ah, don't hurt me, I'm not one of them. Prove. Nikki, it was your fucking cookies. What do you mean prove it? Only you give me those cookies. And only you would know to give me those cookies. A random person wouldn't know to give me those cookies, Nikki. In the same quantity you tried to give me earlier and I rejected, you give me the same via mail. The evidence is circumstance, but it fucking correlates. Maybe an SCP is what? No, I've got evidence. On video now. 'Cause I'm live. Wait, I know your face. You're not the man from the Church of Saint Landama. 1,000 pardons, my friend. I mistook you for one of those thugs who have been tormenting us. If Lofric bid you to speak with me, then I take it you agreed to help. Totally praised for that, because we're having a moment of waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen into the fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of a revolution and retribution, of holding ruling classes to account and taking which is owed. Ha! A child's fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but a few heed my words. But now they're on our deals to returned. However, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain to see. Look behind yonder's tent, you'll see and understand why. Even now, the babbles incoherently, so traumatized by the bloodshed he witnessed, tries to make a little sense of what is beyond the fact that there is not alone surviving. Yet, I've no doubt the merchant will lead us to the remainder of their doom. I beg of you, find him before he does. The evidence does seem pretty concrete. I'm glad you agree. I'm glad there's some people seeing my perspective of it. What are you doing here? Don't draw. Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. Then you'd be here with me. He'd be here to soothe me. Why did you not have to stay and leave me alone? Let me soothe this man. I can soothe many different ways. This one is a prime way of doing it. I do this so I'm shedded from the soothing action, but the soothing goes nonetheless. Oh, who are you? What do you want? Aye, it's true, I followed the merchant and made the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give we must take, he said, and we asked how we'll reveal the cache of weapons he brought and implored us to seize control of the fates. Though running in then and there, the others were so excited. He split into 2 groups and he sent off our own. But that's when the flames found us. We didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, and they started arguing, even fighting, and everyone was arguing. The flames were shouting down to give no quarter. And, oh God, the other group, they're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. Right, I'm going to take the determination. This one is going to provide another determination one. That salty bitch. Okay, well this time I'll take the intelligence one. What evidence? There was no Uber driver. The account doesn't... Did you delete the account? You deleted the account, didn't you? You deleted the character, didn't you? You're a little shit. You're a little shit, you know that? The refugees are hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope, but approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate than try and kill us, and listen to the reason why the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. A pox on the bloody sellswords. They're supposed to train us to fight, but the ones who sent us has vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to those merchants' ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous and if the gods would never suffer to us to be defeated. No, if they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to combat and show that the Revenant, the strongest warriors, are no match for one man. Mayhap then they'll even agree to lay down their arms and renounce the plot. Cool. Way to go beat up some men. So I think I'm pretty good at chat, beating up on men. I could never be an Uber driver that requires people skills. Nikki, I'm not believing you. You're telling the porky pies. Nikki, why you telling porky pies? Why you telling the porky pies, Nikki? The pies be porky. Never saw anything. Maybe it was a mirage. Then a shred of imagination is just an example of the Mandela. It was literally on straight. According to her ears. Oh, you're all wind-up merchants. You've all conspired to be wind-up merchants. Oh, you're all wind-up merchants. 7 hells, don't even find us. Everyone grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint you, lad, but we're more than willing to kill ourselves. What? Okay, well, get wrecked, idiot. More? Really? Are you really that stupid? I mean, you can disarm me. It's not going to do jack shit. More? Okay. I guess we're surrounded by idiots today, which is fine. You beat them like it was nothing. Fuck almighty, what we're gonna do now? I mean, I don't know. Tell me what the crack is. I enjoy that you're all still pretending like it was just collective imagination. I know how this works. You returned? Did you find my brethren? What of the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better than a handful of them make a battering from you than they got butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh? But where else would he be? Unless he went to the stone's throw to recruit others. Okay, let's find out what that is. Ooh, new necklace. Item comparison, please. Literally the same. Literally the same. So I will take... I'll take whatever. I'll just grab one. I just got back. What did I miss? See, it was Monk. I was here the whole time. Nikki, let's not blame it. Monk, Nikki's trying to blame you on chicanery, and I get that you might feel compelled to take the bullet for her on this one, because I know it was her chicanery. But no, I will see through that. So you can try and bodyguard this here, you know, but I know it was her. I know it was her. She may be trying to be Whitney Houston and you being the bodyguard, but I know it was her. Pretending to be an Uber Eats account and sending me 300 cookies. It's okay, BBG. I get sometimes. It's late at night. The house is dark, and I think someone is out the corner of my eye. But it turns out it's just my hair moving into my peripheral vision. Can happen. She created another character under the name Uber Eats and sent me the cookies when I wouldn't take them from her directly. She's not there with you. You're probably on Discord. See, this is the thing. I knew it. She's Whitney Houston, and you're Gene. No, wait. What's his name again? Gene Hackman. I think it was Gene Hackman. You were doing body. No, was it Gene Hackman? It's Bodyguard. That's all I know. Is the movie's Bodyguard, and that's the analogy I'm going with. Fucking knew that was gonna happen. It's okay. It's okay. She's just trying to blame you on something she did, Monk. I know how the screws work. I know how the turns tables. And they go wiki wiki. Yeah. 'Cause she's back on her normal account right now, eh? The merchant wished they approached the refugees in stone's throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew the forces of the city, and now that what they have here is nothing to stop them from continuing his work. How many more was perish in pursuit of futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure before it ends? Find him, convince him to cease his mad quest, and surely he'll lead us to ruin. I know what you're like, Nikki. I mean, it's all very wholesome and positive, but I know what you're like, Nikki. Underneath that, their innocent plea to say it's someone else, I know what you're like. Admittedly, again, it's very positive and very kind, and it's very telling of your character as a person, but I know what you're like. I see past the veil. Hard do I leave for a moment in chaos? I'm because Nikki is an instigator of chaos, you know? A sorceress who can conjure the chaos at a moment's notice, ever weaving, pulling at the threads of discordance. That's her. I know. And you can tell I'm losing energy because I'm becoming more deranged in my fucking machinations. Why is this child crying? Have you seen my parents? No. I might kill them at some point. I'm gonna headcanon and I just told this child I ate their livers. They told me to stay with the others. They said they'd be back soon. It's been days. I definitely ate their livers. They left me with the man of Ul'dah, and the man said he was going to change everything, make it so that we could live in the walls of everyone else. And I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? I'm looking for a merchant. You mean the man who left with my parents? I don't know where he... Wait, look, over there. That's him. I think that's him. I do know this chat. Now, which one of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? I'm just looking over at him with my kind face. Okay, he's running. He's getting away. Go get him, mister. I will. Don't you worry. I always get my mans. I'm good like that. They may run, but in the end, I get them. Me and my cool goat will get them. Bagels. Bagels the goat. Saunter into the sky, Bagels. We've got Quarry to tend to. You know all of Nikki's characters, but right, so Monk, here's the thing, right? I am also aware that you're Nikki's shadow, and I'll prove it in a wee second, and that your testimony is suspect, and I've got proof, right? I've got proof that your testimony is compromised, and I'll show you in a wee second. You again, why are you pursuing me? Sedition, treason, revolution, that's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees, the self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Ul'dah? Ha! You have no evidence to prove these accusations, none. I wasn't here, though. No, I will not accompany you to the halls of flames. You have no right to detain me. Oh, I give him a stern look there. For the sake of the argument, let's just say I did do something that we claim. Surely you don't think I'd give a quarter's arse about politics. It was business, only business. What are you looking for? Whomst are you looking for? What backup are you looking for? Oh, you got a sniper in the distance. Okay. We both knew that I'm not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I'll tell you everything. He's going to get sniped. Yep. There it is. There it is. There it is. Saw it coming. Saw it coming. What's all this commotion? Seven's hells. Tell theirs to spread out and search the air. They killed her, maybe still close. So I got two more things here. Right. The reason why that I think that your testimony is compromised, and the evidence I have to suggest that your testimony is compromised to shelter Nikki from any accusations that I put toward her, is that if we look right here, Monk, your actual goddamn thing in the actual statement in their fence that says owner fick Nikki at Phantom, meaning that anything you say is plausible to suggest that it would be to the benefit of Nikki and to hide and shadow her very intentions. So, that's how I prove that you're gonna compromise the kind or a compromised intention. I may be no Hildibrand, but I'm capable of deduction. Holy shit, I'm dying. I completely forgot about that. What about me? I can vouch for Nikki's innocence, and I just met her today. The fact is that, I think that you just like winding up this streamer. That's fine. That's fine. But when I show irrefutable evidence to suggest and to correlate, I'm sorry. I think I'm one step ahead of you, folks. You weren't expecting that. I can tell. I can tell. I will come back and do this quest in a second. I'm going to see more letters probably sent from one of Nikki's accounts. You know, what does mine say? I don't remember. Yours says the member of the Social Anxiety Club, and that was 6 years ago apparently. But yes, I, being the astute player I am, will look around UI a lot and will, generally get an idea of what's going on. I finagle through things. And just as well as my eagle eye remembered that. Look, what do we have here? 2 letters arrived, a favorite assistant. Your speedy and accurate deliveries. Okay, you know, I already... Cookies in the rawest forms. Oh my god. Nikki, what am I meant to do with these? I don't know what to do with these ingredients. Oh Jesus, you need fire clusters and water clusters for cookies? Nikki, I appreciate this, but I don't know what to do with those. Oh, I've not seen that map before. You're on? Is that a new one? I don't know. I was given it pretty early into my playthrough. Do you want to look at my mounts? I can show you my mounts if you want to see my mounts. We'll have a look at my mounts. So I have my normal chocobo, and then I have my big dude here. 1 second. You have to eat the crystals, but hey, I've got my big guy here, my barrel tender. He's cool. I've got my Ufiti. He's looking incredibly angry at everything. I've got this cute little island dude who, like, when you fly has little flower petals, which I thought was quite cute. I've got a troll who's clearly wearing fishnets. Bit of a her, that troll, honestly. Bit of a her. Then I also have this cool shark dude, Pedalus. He's pretty cool. He's got a bit of a dad bod, which I like. I have my unicorn that I got from my conjure request, which is cool. I've got my interstellar Dalamel, who's cool. You know, that's the one you're probably referred to earlier. I've got my Mega Lotargus Tragus. It's my goat. It's my goat. I got the Pilgrim Protector. He's pretty cool as well. I was sent this here by Jermaine, which is my Rising Phoenix mount. Apparently it's the store mount, which is cool. I've got the Eorzean Pedril. He's a derpy guy. I like him. I've gotten the most expensive mount I've been given yet. The Genie of the Lamp, who is, to my understanding, valued at 100 million gil. Got the Match Deck armor. Got Construct 14, which I like to think of as Iron Giant. I've got the Air Wheeler, which is cool. I like the Air Wheeler a lot. I've got the Volatile Gravity Vacuum Suit in 2 variants. I've got my favorite, which is the Warped Loader, which I like to refer to as the Tonka Truck. I love it. I got the Cosmic Armored Weapon, which is like wild spider bot. I've got Iggy. I've got the Cosmo Board. I've got Gabriel, which is kind of cool. I like him. I've got the Cosmic Armored Weapon Beta, which has got like trans colors on it, which I do like a lot. Like, wow. I've got this random cupboard or wardrobe, which is strange looking. Oh my god, I must have trans robot. I got the Dials. I've got the Dias of Darkness, which I've been informed is quite an expensive mount as well. What is the name of the trans one? It is Cosmic Armored Weapon. I must have. So it's called Cosmic Armored Weapon. Come back, I got 6 of them in my retainer if you have one for free. Oh, there's Nikki. I got my big shell, who's admittedly not that big. And then I recently bought the Antelope Doe and the Antelope Stag and the Albino Caracal. and for some reason I was given a child's bed, which just feels weird to be using most of the time, so I don't like using it. Nikki has been giving out the trans robots all over the show. I have to say, Nikki, Hunter was talking to me last night, and he is still incredibly thankful for you giving him one, because he loves it, but he's also just worried that he didn't maybe show enough gratitude for it, and he's really, really thankful for it. He's worried you didn't say thank you enough. So I'm conveying that to you. Hold, adventurer. I would know more about your relationship with this victim as well as the events leading up to his death. The man responsible was a recent riots mayhap. We owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. Hey, yes, it's obvious that there's not whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. Yeah, we've been given quite a slew of mines, which are very cool. Oh no, it's okay. Just a side project for me, Crafton and Gamba. I'm giving them to friends and FC members after that. I really want nothing in return. You're very, very kind, Nikki. Very, very kind. Foot news, Brothgar. Where is the merchant? My guy, he's murdered. Murdered? Damn it all, this seven's hell. He was not simply murdered, Brothgar, he was silenced. Too many knew his face and he was already divulged his secrets. Do not despair though, we'll be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots more than you realize. I will take the... I'll take the determination one. Oh, that is incredibly sweet, Eris. That is an incredibly sweet thing to say. Very cute. The Flame General was left was to protect the Fragrant Chamber. As soon as you return, he wishes to discuss the recent discoveries as well, the results of his own investigation. Master Alphino has already been informed that she will wait for you inside. Pray proceed with the Royal Promenade and has to inspect the Bartholomew. Okay, can do. Of course, I want life far too much and always happy to tag along for me. Oh. Nikki is 100% like a sweetheart. Like, she is a cornerstone of the community. Just, especially just with the last few months getting into Final Fantasy, she's been just so like critical into me, like learning and understanding and like getting as good as I can at this game. She's been phenomenal. So an article on Reddit there, the cosmic armor weapon, cosmic armor weapon, it says trans rider. Wait, that says, wait, an article. I love that. Or else is great. I love that. I'm expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside. I will take this one.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
The Final Fantasy community, build your own trans community with those amounts. Fly the skies of Eorzea. Yeah. I love it. I love it.
This information does not leave this room.
Hell yeah.
The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination.
I'm inclined to kind of agree there, my guy.
Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence.
May not be trans or that community, but if I were of you, this is what I did give a whole meaning to the parade with those amounts. Oh yeah, 100%.
Until a certain incident.
That would be
served as a
fucking
call
awesome.
to
Be
arms.
fucking brilliant.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed.
I appreciate.
That a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Sorry, I was just listening to what was said there. I appreciate the amount of like actual community we've been able to like build, regarding like trans folks especially as well, because like, you know, spaces that people can feel somewhat welcomed and safe in and like validated in. I am very aware are few and far between. The fact that we can do this here is something I'm very happy about. But then again, it'd be weird if I wasn't. My partner is a trans man. It would be weird if I didn't cultivate a space like that there, but it's still always, you know, incredibly, you know, heartwarming to see that we're able to, you know, create something that allows for that level of like, you know, community and support in that there.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
You guys are crying tears of joy. Big hearts and hugs. Big hearts and big hugs to you as well. Like, again, you know, it's one of those things where, it's one of those things where, like, the last few years since we started doing the actual fundraisers for Pride every year, the world's not gotten any easier. It's not gotten any kinder. It's not gotten remotely any more understanding for marginalized folks, and it's one of those ones every year since we started doing the actual fundraisers on Pride that's became more and more important. Are you ready for this? A bit of raid there as he's talking. Scared the crap out of him as well. Heyo, bacon was taken. Welcome on in, my friends. Hope you're all keeping well, because I'm telling you, you're all looking well. I hope you've had a wonderful stream. Hopefully you're not caught in those ads. It's terrible timing that happened there in regards to that, but hopefully you can hear me. welcome on in, welcome on in. If you need to raid and run, that is totally understandable. There's not a problem there. If you can hear me, that is. But yeah, I don't know if you can hear me as well, Eris, or anyone in general. Just talking to the general group here who can still hear me. But every year we've been doing this. Like every year that we go and we fundraise during this time of year for, you know, for Pride, it becomes more and more. Another raid in. Hey Darn, hope you're keeping well, because I'm telling you, you're looking well. You're playing Ark as well. Awesome to see, man. Awesome to see. Awesome to see. You're coming in, we're talking about the I don't know if you can hear me. The fucking ads decided to kick in as soon as that raid happens. But hey Darn, hope everything's all good in your neck of the woods. I am out of ads. I'm glad. We were just talking about the importance of like the importance of like the work we're doing here today, this month, and how it's become more and more important in the as years have went on, as we've been doing this fundraiser every year. This stream's going well, man. It's going great. Having a great time, hanging out with lovely people, you know, all that there. Command testing, yeah. But yeah, we're talking about like, so as obviously, you know, the fundraiser we're doing in regards to mermaids and whatnot. But in every year, hopefully I can try and get through my foot here, foot loosened again. I massively appreciate the raid, by the way. If you need the raid and run, totally understandable. But as we've been going through it, it becomes more and more apparent that the actual struggles and the actual divisions and the erosion of the rights and liberties and safeties of marginalized folks becomes more and more and more apparent, and the positions that we find ourselves in, that we require so much more pushback to ensure that, you know, folks, the marginalized folks, trans folks, are looked after and that they are supported, becomes more and more evident. And with that, it's kind of harrowing of how much more important these types of fundraisers become every year, because the reality is that the climate hasn't become cooler, the climate hasn't settled. There's still, as we go on, more and more division, more and more violence, more and more hate that's poured in to, you know, our societies that are so caustic towards marginalized folks, and in this case we're talking about trans folks. And so when we raise money for Mermaids like we're doing today, it's within the hope that we actually do try and alleviate some of those pressures, some of those pains, some of that awful erosion, that we can try and rescind some of it. It's always why I always talk as well that like creating these communities, creating these safe spaces, supporting mermaids is important, but like the most important thing, the thing that I always tell folks is that like regardless of what we do with our money, regardless of what we do with our awareness, the biggest thing we can do is educate ourselves. Because if we can understand the actual lived experiences of trans folks, marginalized folks in general, but trans folks as we're talking about Mermaids Day, the more we can understand those lived experiences and, you know, understand the trials, tribulations and things that trans folks go through, and then educate ourselves on the actual politicians that we elect into office, be it at a local level or at a national level, is so important, that we understand who is going to do right by marginalized folks and who's not, and using the electoral power that we have to ensure that the right people get put in the right positions, so that rights, liberties, freedoms don't get eroded. Mermaids, Trans Lifeline, all these great organizations do amazing work to support trans folks, and there's a bunch of other different organizations and charities that support other marginalized communities as well. But the reality is that the best thing we can do to support them, along with obviously supporting their mission for contributions, is ensure that we have politicians in positions that will not erode the civil rights, liberties, freedoms of those marginalized folks. So that the work that Mermaids, Trans Lifeline, and all these other wonderful organizations do is not as difficult. Because I'm not under any illusion that we're going to have a perfect world. That's just not possible, right? We, for better or worse, have independent thoughts, independent feelings, and there's always going to be a level of disagreement. With that, sometimes comes the worst of people. And so we'll never have a perfect utopia where people will all see eye to eye and let people live and love. But if we can reduce the harm, reduce the actual damage caused by people in elected positions, we can make it easier for organizations like Trans Lifeline, like Mermaids, like all these other charities do to support the people that is affected by it. And it's where I call the action again. If you do have a spare bit of cash, it doesn't even have to be like loads. We're not talking hundreds or tens, even like £2, £1. If you do have someone, you can spare it. There's donation links below the player. There's also donation links in the description of the YouTube video. So if it is something that you want to try and help monetarily, you can, and it's massively, massively appreciated. But end of the day, the big thing I'll ask you to do, just get educated, understand who's representing you, and make sure as a person who represents with the kindness and the thoughtfulness of everyone, not just the select few. And I will now get off my soapbox for a while. But hey, Dorn, I hope you had a wonderful stream, my friend. No doubt you did. Playing some Arkansas. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I assume you just had a lovely day so far as well. At least I hope you had a lovely day so far. You've been lurking, so here now. That's cool. That's cool.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield.
Okay, so we're getting indications regarding...
The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge.
Okay. We're learning some stuff here, chap.
What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Allagan ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day.
I'm gonna learn from it, getting emotional, not in a bad way, but I just want to say that I'm glad to find your stream. You're all wonderful people. You've made my day so much brighter. That's not a problem at all, Eros. You do right by yourself. Get yourself a nice little hot cup of tea or cocoa or coffee or any just like nice little drink, and just look after yourself. You know, let yourself just have a little moment, and that's all good. And if you need to lurk and do that there, all I would ask is you do is look after yourself. But you are definitely massively appreciated in the community, and the community is 100% better for you in it. And yeah.
How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot!
Thank you for the gifted sub, Nikki. You're a sweetheart, an absolute sweetheart. Nikki, I just saw your message there. 100% all good. You're 100% totally cool doing that.
Full knowledge of this delicate state of
By all
affairs,
means. By all means.
Telegi Adalegi proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Allagan ruin.
Okay, so this guy's a real piece of shit. Okay.
Threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
Can we kill him?
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
A very punchable potato is a good description. I would like to punt him over a goalpost.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Allagan monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated.
Omega. We just need to find the Alpha and get it pregnant.
Allagan inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain.
Oh my god, I want to say things, but I can't.
Chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats.
Can we quote that for later? I will, because I'm the only one here I think can quote. Was it? There we go. There's a quote for you, Era. That's the first time I've quoted myself. I have never quoted myself. But I am very aware that my mod team are a little bit absent today due to sickness and other personal stuff. So I am flying very solo on the mod front. Can't wait for this to be relevant.
Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut.
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its
Strong
true
left
potential
foot.
cannot accurately be gauged.
Low level 7. It actually went down in strength. The fan has an automatic mode that just like judges the temperature of the room and like goes up and down depending on how like it feels. And it felt stronger. It actually went down.
However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Ul'dah like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides. Which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
Teleji Adeleji needs fucking punted.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Okay, well, we need to stop this guy.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Ul'dah.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
That quest completed without me actually completing it. That's interesting. I should be glad to know the truth, yet though there is a chaos that was a product of the man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they're intended to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? And even that felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be our best to learn more of the military activities of disputed territories. You, of course, the best of Scions suited for the task, Sergeant Ul'dah. Do you not miss the visit? Do you have a moment to visit the Maelstrom command and make the inquiries the earliest available opportunity? Don't worry, I'll check out my Maelstrom, folks. We love a wee Maelstrom. That's what I call group sex, the Maelstrom. Why the fuck my mom's not here? Saying so stupid shit. Be gone, whelp. This is no place for children. What the fuck? I'm so sorry. Can you not shout at the child, random paladin? I was looking for you, mister, and you said you were looking for the man who left with my parents? You know this girl? I do. I'm definitely informing Alphino that I ate the child's parents' livers. Like I told the child earlier. So she visited Solstraw as well, I see. Did you find a man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you'd like to, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me to the look, mister? Of course, but first I need to finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me a secret. You see, no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by the pillar over there? We require but a moment. I can share a screenshot of the stream chat to my friends. Oh yeah, of course you can. Of course you can. Like 100% errors. Like, it's all good. Like, anything that happens in the stream is public notice, so, like, to me, it's already live. And, like, the live VODs are going to have the chat and stuff in there, so it's all good. You can say whatever you want. I'll take it to the quicksand, mayhap Mamori will know what to do. At least in our lands in the air for start primal. Even a dealing with an Ascian would be preferable than a charade. Nikki, you only doing your PP now? It's good PP though. Maybe don't get a pick of that. Sometimes I fear Ophelia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yawn in response to threats that arise. We're concerned to stray into the places that are limited resources in ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Speaking of the devil, Brockar, this is Ophelia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return the Revenant's toll with all due haste. Situation in Twelves was taken up a term for the worst, and I will explain in detail once you arrive. Shit, we haven't even. Oh my god. The Twellswood. Then the primal threat she spoke of before she was confirmed. I received no reports of the Zali activity which leaves the Sylphs. Go, Bravgar. We know all well as the appearance of the primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that I am grateful for her concern. She needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. Scratchy. Right, so am I going to her or am I going to Twellswood? I'm going to her, okay. Tell you what, I'm just happy I picked up all those blue quests earlier and got rid of them. Place feels cleaner for it. Oh shit, there's Fancred. Oh, and Ishtola. And Tataru. And random people I barely remember. Oh, there's Ida and Papalimo. Oh, the whole gang's here. That's cool. It's a relief to see you healthy and hale, Hrothgar. The latest news from Ul'dah was most disturbing. This is me telling her about the fact that I had the child's parents' livers. Clearly the only injury Alphino suffered was his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. I like talking to NPCs, see how their dialogue changes with the MSQ progresses. I'll have to check that out if I remember to do so. Their Scions will need to be present at the meeting. If you're ready to begin, I'll summon them now. Yeah, I guess. Bracelets. What is our current bracelet? Mithrite, one of Slain. I feel like I don't really need that. Maybe Dexterity? Oh shit, like 110? What the fuck? What is this? Oh, it's another bracelet. Holy shit. Oh, but this is like this is the caster one. Okay. Okie dokie. Almost a full house. We're just missing Eorzea. And Alphino. Thank you for responding to my call in such haste. Rest assured I did not summon you were not urgent. To business then. I received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. Reason to believe the Sylphs have called forth their revered guardian, the primal Ramu. I'm sorry, may have. Then it's not certain. The Elder Seer informs us the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlings, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but they do not contradict the element's testimony. Unlike the more bellicose compares, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reputed to act only in defense of his children. I'd imagine he'd only soon make the presence known if he was foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs of the territory. The abruptness of the development concerns me. We were not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements. The preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway. We surely only escaped your notice. Oh, I didn't, but I'm pretty sure I was going to happen. Just not this soon. I beg your pardon? You foresaw this eventuality and did not prevent it? I told Papalimo I suppose I could have reported things to Memphilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much I could except wait and see. You know the Sylphs feel about people poking around their territory. They already summoned Ramu once right after the calamity, but it was because of the Garleans came trampling through the forest. So as long as the Castrum Orines stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. I maintain that the observation would have remained the best policy had it been the sudden influx of strangers in the Black Shroud. Thus, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ul'dah drove the number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. 'Tis like the Sylphs perceived the panicked immigration as yet another invasion and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I'm put in mind to tighten in the cold ones once again in the affairs of men which have paved the way for the Primal's coming. Indeed, I cannot help but wonder what manner of place of Eorzea would be without the civilization influence of mankind. Be it as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Rockar, through your dealing with the Sylphs at Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing ultimate conflict with Gridania. I wonder if one might have treated the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past would not achieve similar success with their patron deity. If Ramu can be convinced of our intentions, maybe a first steps in breaking the cycle of the primal summoning. A fond hope, were such a thing possible, he would not have been at war with the beastmen since the time immemorial. But this time we can... Let us continue this discussion on. We must needs first consult the nation most affected by Ramu's presence. The Elder Seaseer has requested your personal involvement, Brovkar. Pray report to the Commander Helu at the Adder's Nest, and soon you'll be able. Okay. So it looks like I might have to fight Ramu because I can't see me having a conversation with him and it going well. This is an MMO. It's all about beating shit up. State yourself for the worst, and while I hope for the peaceful resolution of this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Scions, of course, will lend whatever support we require. I'm gonna beat up a Forest Guardian. Chat, we're gonna fuck the shit out of a Forest Guardian. Don't worry, I'm sure the beard will be a reasonable sort. Maybe. I don't count on it purely because I know that this is an MMO and I've gotta fight things. So if I've got to go into the forest and finger blast the fuck out of a bearded lad, I will. It isn't the first, and it won't be the last. I'm completely zoned out. What did you say? Just, stuff and things and stuff. Oh god, the signs of your arrival have been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal has ever caused alarm and unease. Definitely not angry. I mean, I didn't say anything angry. I may have just slightly suggested I was going to finger blast a bearded guardian in a forest, but Did someone quote it? No, because none of my mods are alive. Or not alive. They're incapacitated either by health or by personal matters. Nope, no mods. Hot. I am looking after all of you wonderful folk by myself tonight, which happens from time to time. I'm okay with that there. Y'all are not a rowdy bunch. I rarely have to worry about y'all. No, my men are... Their lives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em! Thank you very much for the... I want to say the prime there, stranger. Hope you keep well, because I'm going to tell you. You're looking well. You're looking fantastic today. Sorry, no pressure. I just don't want to pressure any of them if they're lurking. Don't bring the baton hammer down. I would never bring the baton hammer down on you, Nikki. Never would feel a need to. I can never foresee a moment where that would be the case. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know I'm more qualified than the snuff at this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seaseer, however, would speak to you first. She's of the opinion that your diplomatic rather than martial skills may better serve you in our cause. And I will leave her explanation to our leader. Pray make your way to Nofika's altar, and Conjurer in attendance will admit you to the Lotus stands. Cool. But yeah, no, it's all good. There's no pressure there at all. It's just I'm aware that my mods are like I was given a notice ahead of time that they're pretty occupied with personal stuff today and for the next few days, so I was like, okay, that's cool. I knew that ahead of time for the most part. The Bo Burnham for Prime subs is hilarious. I have to give a lot of credit to my boyfriend Hunter on that one. I was trying to do alerts and he was like, what if I butcher the Bo Burnham song? And I was like, explain. And he sent me that, and I was like, yeah, perfect. There are Scions overriders. Sir, may I show you in? Yeah, yes, please.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramu is returned unto the forest.
I hope we get an opportunity to tell him about that child's parents' livers that I ate. I think that's pretty important.
At his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace.
Oh shit. Hello.
Our guest informs us that the Sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands.
We gotta be careful, chap. He's probably rocking incredible bread.
Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramu is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided.
Well, me and the Bread Lord will fucking have a chat.
Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a Primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations.
We're playing Among Us? I can put on my Among Us uniform.
The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramu himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples.
I just love every time it's like,
you have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming.
did he fart?
All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
What am I for? Time to fist lower the beard. I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. Him and his stupid bread. I could have swore I heard a bike near me. This mount is ridiculous. Yeah. Rock out of Scions, I was told to expect you. I understand you're going to treat the primal Rima himself, an unevenable task, but one which, with no doubt, you're well suited. I have to be told that fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak. That we might ascertain the location of the Lord of Levin might be found. I would ask you to abide here by the return of the findings. Cool. I will take this one. Levin an impression, Jesus. Fuck's sake. God fucking damn it. I was told in a message they'd be sent soon as fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it'll be much longer. Sylphing around. This one returns to this with you good tidings. The wise ones have finished searching and have wisely identified the precise location in which the touched one summoned the Lord Ramu. Your timing is impeccable. With flattery, my fluttery friend, might you be so kind as to escort the good man to his fellow Scions? It would be one's pleasure. Walking one, please come with us this one. Cool, will do. Am I going the right place? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way, chat. When there's too many markers on the screen, I get confused. You all look gold to me. Hey, Daedrulin, are you keeping well? Because I'm telling you, you're looking well. You're looking fantastic today. An absolute treat to the eyes. Hope everything's all good in your neck of the woods. Whoops, did not mean to click that. Wise ones have ventured deep within the Sylphlands. One must proceed carefully to keep an eye on the touched ones. Oh, okay. Back on my mount again, yeah? This one's most sorry, but this one could go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And this one must say farewell. Now go walking one, find a wise one. Send not far from here, to the south. Go in safety, walking one. Cool, will do. I mean, I get it. You're at risk of being altered by his influence. That's fair. So it is actually you. I'm relieved for a moment. I thought you were just dealing with another one of those confounded self-tricksters. I swear, these wreaking havoc with the skin change magics is a wonder I'm able to finish taking any measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look in his Stola's face when one of them impersonating you showed up. Go away, Fate. I have no interest in you. This one, that's quite enough, Papalimo. My apologies, it's not like me to ramble, so at any rate, Hossein finished the measuring Ephric activity in their area, and pleased to say this reached an indisputable conclusion, to wit. Ramu is calling forth the vicinity of the Sul's Ephraite. Come, Brofgar, the Lord of Levin awaits. Alright, let's have a chat with him then. See what this bitch is up to. Bread fiend. Lads, stop shooting me, like, I don't appreciate that. Get fucked. Sincerely me. Oh shit, it's a cutscene that is going into the area and I even have to click on anyone.
Nora betrays thee, servant of hiding.
Oh, okay. It's a pretty good voice acting, actually. Jesus, look at the beard on him. Oh, he's so getting fingered.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest.
Okay.
Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs?
I'm telling him about the...
Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult.
So I think that's on me. I may have just told him about the small child in Ul'dah and his parents, and how I had the parents' livers. And I think it wasn't really relevant to the conversation.
Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest not for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuses.
He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife, and he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting.
Yeah, I would, you know, rampage and kill people in my forest if that happened too.
Thy conflict have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man.
How dare you talk about my tits like that?
Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
What does that?
Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon thy wayward charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye, but there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal. Shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
I fucking love the storm of his judgment. Gets me wet.
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself.
What was with
Never
this?
till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye.
What in the Splinter Cell was that?
Beg pardon, my lady.
Why did he just like Sam Fisher out of nowhere? What the fuck was that?
I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art
I've been curious about
resolved
that
to
one for the
face
longest
Lord
time.
Ramu,
I am
I would
perplexed.
ask thy leave to observe the event.
Am I finally going to wear one of these things? They all wear them. I don't. The striking tree hard. G Defender's been added. Chat, I will call upon the services of folks who wish to aid me in such trials. I do have I assume you will be here for it, so I'll give you an invite. Striking tree is a... How many people do you need for striking tree? Eight man again? Okay, right. I'll reach out to someone. Okay, I'm sending the strangest message to John sends because why the fuck not? I'm not going to watch his stream to see if he reads it and reacts. Fantastic. He wants to absolutely finger his arsehole. Not his own. Ramu's. If there's anyone else in the chat that wishes to join us on this here, we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slots available. Predominantly looking like we're going to have slots for DPS and maybe one more healer. Minutes. If you wish to avail of those slots, let me know in the chat arena. Ah, fuck, we're in the middle of a 2-minute break. Wait for the 2-minute break to go. Yeah, Nikki, if they want to join us, by all means, of course. I don't think they're on my friends list or anything, nor do I know if they would be up for it, but if they wish to join, yeah, the more the merrier. How long we got left on the break? A minute? Okay. Also, the dances are wild. I just noticed monks saying her for sweet fucking umbrella. Yeah, of course you could. From Mototate. Ah, delightful. Right, we'll do an R check here. Not quite ready yet. That's okay. Christ, that was quick. Or Debussy. Come on. Okay, cool. Right. Is my stance on? I need to check if my stance is on. It's all good, Vegeta. Oh, that music is quite... I'm feeling a bit bewildered. Sorry, we're not saying much. We're just hyper concentrating on the fight. That one's been in my head for ages. So today I bit the bullet. You bit the bullet? In what sense? If I don't mind, I don't think I understand the context, Darn. What was the bullet you bit? Oh, player accommodation. I can only give it to one person. 50% beard, 50% man there, 50% is the beard for good measure.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light.
Oh god.
And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine.
Oh, okay.
Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Okay.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one.
Maybe we should go check him, the guy.
In witnessing thy
back
struggle,
in lore,
the truth hath been revealed unto me.
Lenosha,
If I
and ask him how he
not,
beat
it may yet prove a
Rama.
chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians.
When number 11 is Jason, I'm fat cock. Oh my god.
But let
It's
us
absolutely
conclude
ruining
our
fools.
present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
I want to play him so bad. He looks so much fun. What have I landed in? Are you just punching that sylph? I want to go to Little Solace. You enjoy punching the sylph. I sometimes kind of wonder about like the outer boundaries and stuff, if it's like how deep it is down there, and like in theory would one fall to their death if you would drop from those heights. Wafgar, you've returned there. I asked how Ramu received your visit. Me telling him about the child's parents again. He challenged you to a test of arms, and it went well. Then you have some experience in such matters. People of both Gridania and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you for as his champion of peace. You have performed a monumental duty in the stable, Hrothgar. The elder seers here will be informed of your deeds at once. Yay, Will. The elder seers here will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make for directly for the Lotus Sands, and the conjurer of Nothica's altar will expect you. Farewell, Hrothgar. Will do. Gonna talk to the head lass. Probably got to wrap it up soon though, chat. We have made some amazing strides in MSQ today, but it is getting a little bit late. I am, however, glad to say that tomorrow I will be live again, more likely. Now, no promises, but there's a strong chance I could be live tomorrow, which is which is not really like us for the be live on a Wednesday, but circumstances has led to tomorrow for me to just have availability on a Wednesday this Wednesday to doing more streams. So we will, when I don't do tonight, we will pick up on tomorrow and continue our journey, which will be fun. Welcome back, Founder Scion. You the mission was being more anxious to see you return. The elder sees here with you, Finn. Not a problem, Nikki. You go look after yourself and make sure you get plenty of rest.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramu ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
Well, I'm still standing, aren't I? I feel like that's exactly what I said there.
Ramu made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartanel, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one, yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow Scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth.
I mean, that's at least something. I mean, the issues with Ul'dah and their scheming remains a problem.
Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent.
The uncertainty of Limsa and Merweeb's inability to admit fault in her actions regarding the expansionism of Limsa as a nation is worrying, and so far it's only been like Gridania that seems to be, unless something happens here, that seems to understand the real importance of unity.
Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
Thus ends another daunting mission, eh, Brockar? I hope the Lord Ramu would have persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless I can only admire the adroitness of which he responded to the Primal's sudden challenge, and it seems that Eorzean too was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Brockar? Shall we go back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? I guess. I feel like there's still a bit of a fucking mystery as to going on with the actual, like, dubious stuff going down in Ul'dah that we kind of just left hanging there, but okay. That does leave me with a level of unease. We still have yet to have the Domans arrive. At least to my knowledge, we don't have the Domans here. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Domans are here. Welcome back, Brockar. One of your momentous encounter Lord Ramu precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Eorzean discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing the defeat of Lord Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascians' immortality. Let's just have a discussion of observations together. Okay. We'll do that. I believe the whole gang is here. No, we are missing.
Let us begin.
We are missing Alphino.
Eorzean, the floor is yours.
Monk, what the hell is that message?
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the waking sands...
Why would you just say I have my reasons?
Unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
You're all good, Monk. I know it wouldn't be. I'm even with like context given, I'm pretty confident I can ascertain the context of the message. I wouldn't worry. I didn't think anything untoward of it.
In the intervening time, Eorzean and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
Okay.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Right.
let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Right.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called Immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin Elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan.
Right.
If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
So we have to soul trap
These
them.
are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
So it's soul trap an Ascian when we defeat an Ascian to ensure that the
I will
Ascian is
depart
put down
at
for good.
once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Oh. Okay, so the Ascians are now probably aware that we're aware. Lord Levin's returned to the Aether and was Leviathan before him. Ramu's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno Vortex, Crag, Whorl, and Levin all now have been humbled by the Bringer of Light. The limitless potential of man, Heidenal's servant, grow mightier by the day. Yet he prospers with great cost to the mistress, whose strength is too finite. 7 times we have the masses survived the rejoining, their souls are growing weak and weak. Yes, even as it innervates, the ardor empowers the master, which remains to nurture the strength of the gifted and to forge the final key. And that is the task on which we bend our every effort. Ah, fuck us, Lahabrea. Long time to see, my guy. Divine seeds wherever won't be quickened for Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field by which their eager hands shall then new deity arise. To which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Why did the face of that statue look like Baby Swan? Again. Rhetorical. Now the matter of Ramu has, for the present, been put to rest, there is something I would show you, Brovkar. A letter? This is a letter of thanks signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance acknowledging the Scions' tireless service to the realm. It mentions in particular the names of the defeated primals, Ultros, Typhon, Ul'dah, King Mughal the 12, Leviathan, and now Ramu. Needless to say, there's only one among our numbers who have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude have addressed in our order as whole, I feel those were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all the things you've done, and in course of your duties you have never once failed to answer the call of arms. You are a true hero, Brovkar, and Eorzea is much safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. It is safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard, and the Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in the realm until such a time we will be forced to stop. Why, even without the encouragement, you may be assured that man would win forming strife upon his own. And that is to say nothing to the beast tribes unless we learn to live in harmony. Primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all this, your deeds serve to inspire the people and to give them hope for a better tomorrow. There's no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem impossible. Please, we owe you to a small part of our dangers faced upon behalf. and the people who have won over the cause of doing so. Our list of enemies is run long, but think of the allies of whom we are now blessed. Of the sylphs of Little Solace who wish not of conflict. Of the Alamegans and the Domans who stand with us, determined to halt the dread march of the Empire. And then there are those many unsung individuals who have gathered here in Revenant's toll, honest men and women who would employ the skills for the good of all. Of course, when I speak to the greatest allies, I must not forget those who are closest to us, by which means the fellow Scions. Thanks to your many and varied talents, this order uniquely equipped in combat and far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, the combat we shall. Oh. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming antecedent, and given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Oh, it's Alpha now. Alpha now. I take it your troubles in Ul'dah no longer require your attention. There are yet some ramblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report what I stand before you now. That, and to speak to you concerning a new organization we discussed. I'm not gonna lie, John, since I was gonna send the raid over to you when I got this quest done. You beat me to it. Well, thank you very much for sending your folks on over to us. My name is John, PVG. I would imagine these folks are probably somewhat familiar with my name in Mr. John Sense's chat. But we are tough shit, and now you have to stream 5 more, and that's not happening. I'm a full-time carer. That's not happening. That's just simply not happening. Maybe a little while, but not 5 hours. Heard 6 more. Fuck off. I'm a full-time carer. I don't get to do such things. But yes, welcome on in, folks. I am indeed playing Free Final Fantasy 14 as well. Although I am in post-ARR, so like John Sense is like years ahead of me at the minute. So, you have no fear of spoilers or stuff you may not have been aware of as of yet if you're following along with his journey for the first time. On top of that, there we are also raising money for the lovely Mermaids charity, a trans-focused charity helping trans youth in UK and Ireland. They work with many different ways with the trans folks of UK and Ireland. First and foremost, they provide a telephone hotline for folks to be able to call in a time of need should something happen or something arise and they need support of some sort. They can give them a call and they discuss matters with them. On top of that, they also liaise with public facing spaces, places like businesses, schools, and like, to then try and train those people that operate those spaces and places and how to be more trans inclusive and trans friendly, so that when trans folks are using those actual places, spaces and businesses and whatnot, that they actually feel more comfortable and more welcomed in those spaces as they occupy them, like anyone else normally would. On top of that, they also liaise with trans folks to try and build a level of community, which is very much a thing that is sometimes hard to develop in this current climate where marginalized folks are not necessarily given the time of day or you know, the kindness that they should be given because of, you know, agitators in spaces and elected offices. Especially when it comes to trans youth, it can be a bit of a problem that when you're going through some difficult decisions in your life, especially when you're trying to, like, you know, essentially get yourself into a mindset of like what you might want to do for careers and what you might want to educate yourself on, and trying to establish who you are and what you're going in life, that everyone does go through. You factor that in, plus a person maybe questioning their identity and questioning maybe, like, you know, who they are as an individual. On top of that, there becomes so much more difficult, and the bridging of the gap that Mermaids would do in regards to the communities goes such a long way, especially when it comes to things like community. And connections with community can help in so many different ways, because the reality is that no one knows the strife, the struggles, and the uncertainty of questioning one's, identity than another trans person. And having those connections can go a long way into providing support, help, and guidance in a really critical time in one's life. It can do amazing things, help prevent awful things like self-harm and suicide that sadly do plague a lot of trans folks, because there's a lack of validity in their lives and the validity of their identity, and also just the acceptance to be able to explore those questions in a safe environment among people who understand where they're coming from. Any money we raise today and the rest of the month is actually going towards Mermaids to help with this mission. Ensure that we do some good work with them in order to help trans folks in these times of need, providing these actual pillars of support. If you have the ability to, donate a few pound. It doesn't have to be massive. We're not talking hundreds or even 20. We're talking just a few pound, even £1 or £2 goes a long way in helping the mission. You can do so. There's a link below the player in the Twitch side of things, or if you're watching on the YouTube side of things, there's also a link in the description in which you'll be able to donate to our fundraiser. If not, totally valid. I get it. It's not necessarily an easy thing to be able to donate in this time. But some of the things like just hanging out in chats when we're going live and, broadcasting the fundraiser and stuff really helps. But the most important thing as well, education. If you yourself are not familiar with some of maybe the testimonials and sort of the experiences of trans folks, reading on those experiences can give you some great insight into the struggles that they go through. And with that sort of informed reality, you can then educate yourself on who maybe is electable at a local level or a national level, and do the right thing to try and ensure that your vote goes to someone who, when put into a position of power, will work towards making life easier for all folks of marginalized backgrounds, and not use their positions to erode the civil liberties and the rights of marginalized folks, which unfortunately has been a trend in modern politics in the last 10 years. Obviously, these are really important things. If you can help in any way, it's massively, massively appreciated. At the minute, we're going for back to the game. We're going for the middle of MSQ and post ARR. I can't remember if these are voice lines or not. You have a message from you from Elle. You recall the refugee girl, the one whose parents were missing. They were found unharmed. She wishes me to pass the thanks on to you. Oh, awesome! So I didn't eat their livers. That was brought into question quite a lot by me throughout the whole story, but that's good to know. Why, Alphino, I am pleased to understand that you made an effort to remember the poor girl's name. Oh, I look forward to reading all about it in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Okay, that was a good wind-up tactic. The fear in his eyes. Brokar, you've been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, and I believe I might suggest that you put the affairs of the realm for one side for a moment and take an opportunity to requite yourself with the tower. Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Eorzean, if it was his name, and I believe it's some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? Yes. I love this as like, yes, I will. I will visit the quarry of this child. They probably want to learn how to be an adventurer. If I remember correctly, that was what they were saying last time. Hello, small spider. How did you get into this room? Sorry, there's a spider on my wall above my monitor just saying hello. Actually, to be fair, I kind of do know where I got into the room. There's a crack in the roof that leads into the attic. That's probably how I got into this room. Oh. Look, it's Mr. Brovgar. He came back from his adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals, and they were some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish you could have seen you battle. You know, we just had a bunch of cool people, and we did some cool shit, and there was lightning, and you know, I killed a man. You know, it was fucking mad. Anyway, we want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Okay, that's adorable. That's adorable. Oh, do you think we could train us today, Mr. Rockwear? Maybe you could show us how you fight the primals? What is this all commotion? What is all this commotion then? Mr. Boulder? Mr. Coltenant? Did you know that Mr. Brockgar is back? Did you know Mr. Brockgar's back? Am I familiar with these two? It seems so. Welcome back, Brockgar. My companion and I have recently become full members of the Scions. Did yous? The proper introduction is yet to be made. I'm known as Whorl Boulder? Whorl Boulder. And his bookish fellow is Coltenant? Though we remain largely unproven in our adventures, we have taken upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we're not younglings anymore, we're adventurers. And we're just asking Mr. Brockgar if he can give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside him, don't you? Oh, that's not. No, that's not. He's young, but his name pretty much means Ancient Boulder. That's wild. I mean, I guess the form and the demeanor, I guess, yeah. Well, you've certainly been diligent in your drills, but I'm afraid the things aboard Doman are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter proposal. What if we were to cross swords with Brockgar and demonstration of skill of arms, if you will? Alright, if I didn't know any better, and I do, I'd say you're merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhaps I am, but what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? I'm going to ruin him. What do you say, Brockgar? Would you consent to spar with me? Yes. I like the grin there. I like how the face did a slight grin as to say, oh, you're an idiot. I will do this. Alright, we're off to the tournament. Come everyone, we must prepare for our gear for an outing. I liked how there was just that slight cheeky grin, like, you stupid bitch. Do try not to disappoint them. Have faith, Lieutenant. I shall summon every ounce of my strength to make this one worthy contest. The fields of the East are shown to prove suitable for our purpose, and very much we look forward to our bout. I'm gonna fuck this guy up. I'm having one of those moments where, admittedly, in my head, I'm going, do you not fucking know I'm a fucking warrior, like, you idiot? I feel like I'm definitely internally having a, do you know who I am? Where am I going? Oh, over there. This school is a small sheepy. Hooray primarily means like played out. Done so often is boring. Oh. Today I've learned again. Twas a good for you to greet us, Brockgar. I trust you're ready to begin. Yes. Oh, I'm gonna need to leave the team chat. I promote Monk to the service of Monk. And I leave the party. Very well. Let's not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Okay. Do you know what? Click. Alright, you're certain you wish to fight him alone? That is Brockgar you face. Yeah, no, 2-on-1 doesn't matter. I'll take both of you. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt a first round on it. After all, 'twas the hero legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. What Brothguard inspired my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake, well as your own. Should it appear a contest end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello. You haven't begun yet, have you? Oh shit, we got a bunch of people coming here. How does it feel being far of the story that people are finally starting to treat you like a baby? It's good. It's good. It does have a double-edged sword to it because, like, it's good when I'm being acknowledged for it, but then it makes me doubly angry when people underplay it, and I'm like, so I'm getting like the acknowledgement my character deserves, nice, but then when people are just like, the fuck are you gonna do? I'm like, do you not know I kill gods for fucking fun? Ida, what? Who are you? Who are all these people? When I heard you were sparring match, I told everyone I could find. I thought I could use a crowd to cheer you on. Oh, fuck's sake, Ida. Yes, and there were still more to come. When I mentioned Brothguard's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems to be sickly shaded in comparison. You best claim victory, bringer of light. Your burgeoning reputation is a state. Your burgeoning reputation is a state. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Master Boulder. We shall soon see. On your guard. Alright. Pray give me strength when clear my mind. I no longer have MSQ and basically did no gold quests. Guy. Get wrecked. Oh, such pirate tales partly do it justice. Master Boulder won't lose, will he? It's not over yet. It can't be. Put. Tis time I joined the fray. Okay, if you want to do that there, that's on you, but like, no, I'm smacking you up as well. I know I'm smacking you up first. Oh no, he looks hurt. Yeah, because he's a bitch. Mr. Brothguard is so strong, but he can't give up, Mr. Boulder. Can't disappoint the younglings. Okay, well, if we're really doing this again. He's doing the thing. I've killed gods who used to stand in my way. I remember them days. Some of them are interesting. Like, some of the gold quests are genuinely interesting. I assume you're doing them because, like, again, you said, like, you don't basically no gold quests. You no longer have MSQ. I assume you're just kind of vibing and getting stuff done then. They grow up so fast. Final Fantasy, killing gods isn't much of a brag. Okay, well, I'm still proud of you. I appreciate that. You bested me. I yield. Again, I give him a little wink as to say, like, you are an idiot before we started this. Also, because I can't really miss them. They're everywhere. I mean, me and Johnson are doing the thing where we're clearing out as we come across them. So I guess when we get to the point you're at, Monk, it's going to be like, clean board. That was incredible. He beat both of them at the same time. We knew you couldn't lose Brovgar. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why this sends you to deal with the primals. So much work to do if I ever attempt to be the same. I didn't mean to. I only used my. If only I used my brain. I mean, all of my ARR and Heavenwards maps are clean, but quarter of the way down the. I've missed 2 in Revenant's toll that I need to do, but I can pick them up on my. I can pick them up on my Dragoon because he's like level 46, and the quests are both 45 and 46, so it's like appropriate. But I'd say that a lot of the other gold quests I have left tend to be like level 50 ones, and there's not many of them. But like, there's 2 or 3, not many. Impressive as always, Barbara. Tis ever a pleasure to witness you spectate for witness the spectacle of your emotional prowess. And judging by the smiles on the many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, I think that's the most fitting title. I quite like it as well as a title because, like, to me, that's, I guess, more fitting than Warrior Light for the most part. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. See how I feel as time goes on. Do you recall when we first met? 'Twas the memorial service of the Battle of Cartado. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea, and I sought to grasp the reason why grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abound, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solutions haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans were foolish and childish people. Consider the shambles of the home that was in. I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius in order to propose to enforce that Legatus single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for the desire to continue grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to it long ago. The threats were too many, and the nations itself too self-involved and unstable. I just want my maps back? Why is your maps gone? What do you mean by that? 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, though, countless acts of bravery, and that what grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, but nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people, these wonderful, infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet and face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe grandfather's admiration for the inextinguishable courage that grew the fervent wish. I wish that to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I too will endeavour to take up the mantle of the Guardian of Eorzea and champion those people who would toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are on a scale that cannot be solved by the Scions of the 7th Dawn alone. No, what is needed is to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians. It is a new expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, and then pray let us continue the discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Surely that's not what the Scions were set up for, was to be bound us beyond the borders and the city-states. So why does a separate organization need to be created? Is he looking to get from underneath? Like, why have I got a feeling this is going to lead to some sort of bullshit between him and Memphilia? Like, I understand the Scions was operating with a borderless situation. Scions were set by Louisois. 7th Dawn part was how many days they had to do him before they could. I don't know if I'm tired, but did I read that correctly? Scions have limited numbers. They don't have much reach. Yeah, and I get that, but like his reasons for setting up another organization, like, makes no sense to me, because like the Scions may lack reach, but then so would a new organization. They would be starting from scratch anyway. So why not just make the Scions have like aid the Scions in increasing their reach? Like, that seems confusing to me, but I'll probably find out here as I go through the story. Me just kind of musing on the realities of it all. Thank you for coming, Brockmar. The word shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall behave the way for the true united Eorzea. I'm not really fussed on what I grab here. His reason gets explained a little bit more as you go on. That makes sense, I guess. I mean, I'm sure it would be. It's just, obviously, seeing that initially, I'm kind of like, it seems odd. That seems counterproductive to what we're doing right now. It seems like it's an unnecessary thing to do. But far be it for me to, know everything right now, and also far be it for me to have full context, which I'm sure will be given. What I will say, chat, is that I will have to consider wrapping it up for the night, because the reality is that it's 20 to 2 in the morning, and I need to get a little bit of sustenance in me before I go to sleep. It is always so weird to see Limsa at this time of night. It's so dead. Your voice is way too squeaky, miss. But yeah, I need to get my... The fuck? Attend... Interesting. But I need to get my butt to some food and in bed soon, because I still have duties I need to do in the morning, and to just generally do as a carer. I can't always be up too late. I mean, I usually get to bed relatively soon, but I pushed it. I won't lie, I kind of burnt the candle at both ends a week or two ago a bit too much, and I've been slightly trying to recover ever since. So I need to, in some ways, try and reduce that a little bit. I fucking love that. That's just like a thing you can do. But in saying that, chat, I will be back tomorrow, which is normally a day I wouldn't stream, but I will be back tomorrow as my normal stuff is not on tomorrow for a bunch of different reasons. So we will resume MSQ more tomorrow and go through more of the story for around hopefully the same time-ish. Obviously, I'm going to love yous and leave yous for the rest of the night. Yeah, so we'll look forward to that there. A little bit longer stream, and a little bit more streams this week, so that's good to go. Just a reminder, we are going to be playing Left 4 Dead 2 on the Friday with Shan and me and Morn as part of a collaborative stream in the benefit of the Mermaids and Trans Lifeline charities. So if you are into some of that action, you want to see some Left 4 Dead 2 action, or just in general, like, oh, I haven't seen that game in a wee while, we'll be doing it on Friday. You can join us then. We'll be playing with some mods, trying to, bring some life back into the game and just have a blast and just, blast the shit out of zombies. But anyway, folks, I'm going to love yous. I'm going to have to leave yous. If I'm lucky, though, hey, I'll get to see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Speak to you soon, chat. Peace.